Hey, Rosie, do you realize what you've had me doing this morning? No. What did I do now? Hey, Cantus. More entertaining than doing Egg City business. Where are you at these days? Like, I know it was you, right, who, like, you kind of got your dream job or almost, but then it didn't work out, but then you found something else you really liked, right? Still waiting on that sports sponsorship or whatever, wherever you're working at. Hey, Debuhi, what's up? Hello, Edolim, salut. A pre-drag. So, how many cards? Like normal number of cards. So if we try to do everything, it might take a while. You've been in your job 2 years now. It's been going good for the most part. We did big left plus one. That's fine. Okay, good to hear. Maybe I got you confused with someone else then. I think I'm thinking of someone else. Well, I'm glad to hear that. All right. I guess we could try and at least read every card and just so I know what's in the set. Probably wouldn't do me good. Might be like today plus tomorrow, like on time for the set release. Kind of a good time to do it, honestly, because then we're less guessing. People like, I'm sure pre-drag has had time to think about stuff. We done the like early access. We got a first little like look at the set, so maybe open my trademark little um little thingy. Take notes. Think the set's pretty powerful. That's the feeling I had playing standard the other day. I felt like a lot of these cards were a legit standard contender, but it's hard to know. Like all the mechanics besides Waterbend seem pretty pushed. And even Waterbend. Waterbend's like kind of a lot of resources, a lot of setup, feels like, but we'll see. Alright, why don't we start Aang's Journey, 2 colorless sorcery lesson. Kicker 2. Search your library for a basic land card. If this spell was kicked, instead search your library for a basic land card and a shrine card. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, and shuffle. You gain 2 life. 2 mana, get a basic. It's common, so for limited, that's going to be good fixing. Um, are the shrines uncommon or rare or both? How many are there? Definitely, unless shrine is constructed playable, this is seems like a really solid common for limited. They're all uncommon. 5, 1 in each color. Yeah, I mean, especially I don't know how fast the format is, but that's a cool one. Energy Bending, 2 mana, instant lesson, lets you control gain all basic land type until end of turn, draw cards. Once again, I don't know any synergies with that card in limited. Um, 2 mana cantrips, 2 mana cycling's not that good of a raid these days. Just filling up your graveyard with lessons, I guess, to power up your other lessons might just be good enough. Zuko's Exile. 5 mana instant lesson. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Its controller creates a clue. Expensive removal, and you give them a cards. But once again, lesson, so being a lesson is an upside. So even in limited, that card's probably not going to be that great. I think those are playable for standard, some synergy, but it's too expensive. I feel like all the lesson cards we're going to have to reevaluate against once the next Strixhaven set next year gives you a way to do learn. Is that confirmed or are we guessing? Let's not like speculate. It's like obviously things could change. I think the black and blue shrine have a shot in Pixie, okay? Yeah, I don't know why everyone thinks we're getting. I mean, these cards are too good for us to get learn again, right? Unless the learn card are really terrible, which kind of a moot point then. Okay, Aang the Last Airbender. 4 mana free to flying, a legendary. When it enters, airbend up to one other target non-land permanent. Yours or your opponent will already cast a lesson spell against lifelink until end of turn. Starting free to flying for 4. So basically, airbending an opponent's creature is kind of bouncing it. It's like worse than bouncing it, right? It's really good that there's a lot of tokens that are limited. I mean, that's not a constructed card, but it races really well to target your own stuff. And like creatures these days, a lot of them have entered the battlefield effect, so Airbend is going to be nice. The card was, yeah, I mean, that card seems really good for a limited. I could see that being like, I could see being happy first picking that in a draft. Um, you know, just super solid. Easy to cast, easy to splash. Anne's Iceberg. White into, oh, there we go, our first constructed card, Oblivion Ring. Enchantment, flash, when this enchantment enters, exile up to one other target non-land permanent until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So it's like super push Oblivion Ring, can target your stuff, can target your opponent's stuff. That's flash, and it has a water ban ability, sag this enchantment if you do scry 2, meaning if you target your own stuff, you get your permanent back. People mentioned good was Overlords. I mean, it wasn't good, but I was legit putting like Oblivion Ring in my blue-white control decks. So I could definitely see that card being good in, control, but maybe even other decks. You can loop 3 of them for infinite. Okay, when this enchantment enters. So what does that do for you? Sounds like it's never gonna happen, but it would break MTGO and probably Arena. You can, yeah, but it means you have to have 3 rings that you use on yourself. Like, I mean, maybe in some weird like mid-range control, like mid-range mirror, like that goes forever, but and you need a way to trigger it. Ammo. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has like really specific things in mind. Feel free to share, but the card seems good. Airbender Ascension, white and 1 enchantment. When it enters, airbend up to one target creature. So a reminder, airbend means it gets exiled and then you can pay 2 rather than pay its mana cost. Whenever a creature you control enters, put a quest counter on this enchantment. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if this enchantment has 4 more quest counters on it, exile up to one target creature controlled. So you get a free blink effect once it has 4 counters. It triggers on tokens. So, so it plays both ways. You could play a one drop. Like, I mean, Inspector is the obvious one that comes to mind. Gives you a lot of permanence. You play your Inspector, you get the clue, you blink it, you replay. But then you're replaying a 1 mana card for 2 mana, so you're losing out. So it's kind of like on turn 2, you want to play it on your opponent's 1-drop. That's like pretty good value. And then you need to get it to 4. I don't know. This kind of card, it feels it needs the perfect, like so many pieces to fit for it to be worth it, but maybe I'm missing something. Hit 26 lands, hit Jahikoi, hit Macy. Airbending Rooms. This airbends a creature only. Yeah, even the Iceberg, it doesn't airbend the permanent, it exiles it. Is airbend 100% creature? No. Cosmogrand. Yeah. Could be like maybe a sideboard cards. I mean, you can also play it later in the game. But you want to play it on turn 2. Maybe it could be like sideboard against Llanowar Elf decks where you're like happy to play it on their creature and then you get to like trigger it. Anyways, looks like a lot of work. Doesn't strike me as super playable. Airbender's Reversal. Could be a powerhouse in draft though. Airbender's Reversal, white and 1, lesson, choose 1, destroy target attacking creature, airbend target creature you control. Yo, Canister, early stream today. Hope you had a good one. We're just started the set review. I don't know if you already did one. But yeah, set review is probably gonna be all stream, maybe even probably go tomorrow. So feel free to share. Mostly it's gonna be standard, a little limited. Against Earthbend combo, Ultima against Airbend Infinite combo, Torpor or High Noon. It's always 2 spells for Zenith, which seems really good. What's 2 spells for Zenith? You mean airbending your creatures? Yeah, I mean it's really nice that card plays both ways. Like it's defensive and you can play it proactively. Destroy target attacking creature. You can like block, exile your permanent, get the trigger back. Ketramos. Okay, Ketramos airbends. I feel like Ketramos already had a lot of support though. I mean, you had all the exile spells you wanted, but yeah, having more might. Because you had like Betrayal, you had. I mean, even Torch exiles, right? Um, and it was still like a little clunky in some ways, but maybe there's enough upgrades. I guess the Ketramos deck were already kind of fine. What did I say about Ascension? I thought it's too much of too many things for it to be good. Unless you're always getting like an elf. Their elf was the first part slowing them down and then using it well, but if you have something specific in mind, feel free to share. Or even like if somehow you have deck lists with some of these cards, that'd be pretty sweet. Airbending lesson, common, I'm assuming it's not great. Airbend target non-land permanent, draw a card. Okay. Airbend target non-land permanents. Draw a card. It's like repulse a bit. It's a white repulse in a way. Good against tokens, like a repulse would be. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of great tokens you want to bounce. That card is huge and limited. I mean, it would have been huge like 25 years ago. Is it still huge, or is it like... It could be, I don't know. It's mostly huge if... Yeah, no, it's really, really solid, yeah. Probably like pretty high pick, I agree. Probably pretty happy to get that card like past pick 3 or so. Rooms and impending. So the way rooms work is like, well, it means you have to play your room and then you're bended and then you get to play it for 2 for the cheap part. Ben says airbending lesson was pretty mid. Okay. Alright, Bison. Appa Loyal Sky Bison. 6 mana on common, so probably limited card. 4/4 flying. When Appa enters or attacks, choose 1. Enters or attacks. Target creature you control gains flying until end of turn, so you're pushing some damage for it. Has flying itself. Airbend another target non-land. Wow. Yeah, I mean 6 mana cards are... Has to be really good for it to be like a first pick, but maybe that one is it. Does sound pretty solid. Considered up for the Superior Spider-Man deck. The 6 mana one? When it comes in, airbend the demon away. The rooms come back not unlocked though, or does it have the same room open? Oh, I don't know. 4 mana one. Alright, 4 mana up. We played it at the pre-release, was the airbend deck. You have the infinite combo, was the blue-white Ing and Doc Ock. That lets you play cards from exile for 2 less. 3/4 flash flying. When Appa enters, airbend any number of other target permanent you control. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. That card seemed like good to me, but not broken in that even in that shell. The infinite combo is nice, solid. We only played a few games, so it's hard to say. Wonder if in Modern there's any applications. Airbending your all my walls and recasting them. There's a combo deck with Appa. Which one? Aang and Duck Ock or Duck Orlock or whatever, or something else. Black Overlord or Riddler. Well, Riddler's like too much mana. Black Overlord's pretty good, yeah. What about like, so let's see, in the white black blank. I mean, it's so much worse than Flicker Wisp. You can airbend the DFC Spider-Mans and cast the big site for 2 Valky 2. Okay. Abby says, Appa pretty decent in Modern. We are currently testing 1 copy in Esper Blink for Vegas. I mean, pretty decent and good is pretty big gap, but I mean, it's solid stats. Alright, so let's start keeping track of what we think is legit goods. Ang's Iceberg. Things legit. Up as Steadfast Guardian. Whenever another ally you control enters, put a +1/+1 on this creature. These cards are usually like not great even in limited, but if you can build decks with 100% allies, might be decent. Turn 2 Valky, turn 3 Airbandon, turn 4 Profit, cute. Yeah, I mean, a bit better than cute, honestly. I thought Airbender Ascension was really good in Modern, but Conhead and Pen Airlord. Yeah, it's only creatures. Okay, Ben says Enthusiast was good in Limited. Insane and Sealed because you got 95% allies. Okay. I don't know, like you played, it's a 2/2, so it's probably not gonna block much. You have to have like play 2 allies for it to be better than a Center Courser, but I accidentally made Strix Serenade playable. Was that you? I think we were talking about it on the podcast. Who came up with Strix Serenade, and was that legit you? It's hard to pinpoint who brought up because that card's been played a bit here and there, but that's pretty good find if that was you who started playing it in Jeskai Blink. All right, Avatar's Wrath's kind of a tough one. White 2, sorcery, choose up to 1 target creature, then airbend all other creatures. Until your next turn, your opponent can't cast spell from anywhere other than their hands. Exile Avatar's Wrath. So you're like resetting the board, keeping most likely your creature. They can't recast them right away, so it buys you a turn. We didn't draw that card. We had it in one of the decks, in the Airbend deck. We never drew it. Has anyone played with that card yet? I think Avatar's Wrath is good in standard and exactly mid-range since you can go turn 1 elf, turn 3 wipe, keep your elf. You won the CRC Wizards, but initially was from Kelvin Shu. Oh, nice. Okay. Trail was the brag. Always. Avatar's Wrath plus Dranis Magic is worth enough. Nah, you can't play a card and realize that your 1/3 is gonna live for your combo. Does seem like a really good card. That seem like it's gonna own like creature mirrors, right? I see Predirect likes it's very perfect in like all his white mid-range decks. You get to keep your innocence in play, and then you recast all your cheap creatures to draw more cards of innocence. Sideboard, I think it's versatile enough that you can play it in the main and have it be like just fine in some matchups and insane in other matchups. I mean, if you have Aven Interrupter in play, isn't that like against a blue-green deck with no removal, you like Aven Interrupter or something, and then you cast Avatar's Wrath, just like insane, right? Go as Heinen into, yeah. Ban mid-range value pile, Riddler Cub, just all the good cards. Avatar's Wrath is a single Death Answer to Cynic. Yeah, it does seem like. Compassionate Healer. 2/2 for white and 1 ally. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and scry 1. Okay. Is there ways to tap creatures in that set though? Because the last set, the one was really good because of vehicles or whatever it was, stations. Is it waterbend only? Well, really good if you have enough waterbend to. Because the 2/2/4/2 is not getting through in combat very often these days. Unless this set is different. Looks like solid enough though. Curious farming animals. 1/1 for white, not an ally. All the types, but not an ally. When this creature dies, you gain 3 life. 2 sack this creature, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. So it's Haywire Might in the white, but you gain 1 more life, and it costs 2 colorless instead of a green, which is big deal, obviously. I mean, it's kind of nice with Ranger. Like, I don't know if you need it against anyone in Modern and if the raid is worth it, but I don't know. Is it the first time White gets a tutorable? Probably first time White gets like a tutorable creature that destroys the disenchants. Oh, and it doesn't exile, yeah. Oh, but it hits like Might doesn't hit creatures. That's a big deal. Abby says I went blue-eyed all free sealed, won all three things to flowers and everyone earthbending. Sounds like late 90s limited, just blue-white flyers. And green being bad. One instead of 1/2. Is that a joke? Is that an arena joke? Good gear health targets, yeah. Destined Confrontation. White 2 sorcery. Each player chooses any number of creatures they control with total power 4 or less and sacrifices all other creature they control. That's probably not very good. Earth Kingdom Jailer. I mean, even in limited, that card's probably not very good. Yeah, you can get it for Starfield Shepherd. Oh yeah. Maybe main deck does gain the life for Pride too. This is limited. This is annoying because it's uncommon, so you have to worry about it all the time. Better with airbending. Okay, probably pretty strong limited card then. Yeah, I kind of card that. I think it's probably not great, but maybe you just need to play with it because it's hard to rate. Earth Kingdom Jailer, an ally. When this creature enters, exile up to 1 target artifact, creature, or enchantment and open and control this mana value 3 or greater until this creature reveals the battlefield. It's only opponent, you exile. I mean, these cards are always pretty solid and limited. The Ally Protector, 1/1 Vigilance for 1. Sack this creature, another target ally you control gains indestructible until off turn. That's like the second best 1-drop, right? Or the best one was the green one. I don't know which one's the better one. 1 white, lesson. Enter the avatar state. Until end of turn, target creature you control becomes an avatar in addition to its other types, gains flying, first strike, lifelink, and hexproof. Okay, so it protects your creature from removal, combat trick, everything but indestructible. I don't know, is that even an upgrade for any of the... What are we? You know, these white-red decks, these like all-in decks. Momo. Oh yeah, but Momo is a legend. Can you play 4? Alright, nothing special at any rate. Fancy footwork. Widen to lessen, untap one or two target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Probably playable trick in limited. Widen 4, sorcery, create a 1/1. Oh yeah, it is a lesson, triggers a bunch of things. Probably solid. Create a 1/1 ally creature token for each planes you control. Oh. Yeah, because Rhino is talking about drafting monocolor decks. Does every color have a payoff for being monocolor and limited? I mean, obviously you can play the 2-color deck. Yeah, there's a cycle. Do I go? I didn't go this time because I don't think they had two-headed giant, but I go to, we started going to playing at a BNF in Paris for two-headed giant pre-release. So they have those events, but I think this time they didn't have them. They only had like individual. You'd have to forego playing Fountain Port. I don't think that card's great in limited, is it? I was talking for like, or for constructed, I was talking for limited. It'd be pretty strong. Glider Kids, 2 free, flying. When this creature enters, cry 1. Ally. Probably fine. Killer Staff, 1 white and 2. When this equipment enters, airbend up to 1 target creature. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has flying equipped 2. Is there... No, I go with my wife. She plays Magic. To the Giants, you know, yeah, you share. I mean, you build 2 decks. They give you like X amount of packs, and you build 2 decks. Macfish from McDonald's. I think I've maybe got a Macfish once in my life, and I thought it was fine, but I'm not even sure. I feel like I ordered Macfish once just out of curiosity, and it was fine. The permanent based airbends are really strong because of uncommon up IMO, you just perform a loop. Okay, so you think Gilder Staff's just gonna be a solid card like he never cuts kind of a card? Hakuda, Selfless Commander, 4 mana. The ally that protects your other creatures. Free 5 Vigilance. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast allies from the top. You sack it. Creatures you control get +0/+5 and gain indestructible. We didn't even have many in the list I played. Like, there's just so little room. There's so many good allies for constructeds. We were playing the one that gives haste and stuff, the red one, but maybe that's just bad. Maybe you want just more interaction, more counterplay, so you want Hakoda and not the red one. Macfish. Yeah, Fileo fish is what it was called in France too, I think. The red one is cracked. Yeah, but maybe the red one is too all in and you need to play the white one. Ally felt like the most powerful thing in limited. Is ally like every color has basically a ton of allies, or is there 1 or 2 colors that have less? Flash, yeah, it is a legend, so you don't really want to draw 2. Allies mainly blue-white. Every color has them. Black has less, and red. These cards coming tomorrow to Arena. Yep, Arena, Magic Online, Constructed, Draft. All right, the good 2-drop for allies and constructed. White and 1 invasion reinforcement flash. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 ally creature token. Maybe I'll open Arena real quick because I think I still have the decks built. The cards are like on, even though we can't play them yet. Yeah, McDonald's is like, what's the point? Like the price, it's the prices of like other like decent burger places almost, and it's not that exciting. Like that's the ally deck we tried. I was only playing one Momo because it was a legend, and one Grand, even though I mean, it doesn't fit the deck. Thought the Voyager was like the best, kind of the best one. Like these seems like must plays, these two, and then you have so few slots left for top ends. I don't know if you can make you can make the cards or if it's just because I got to make them during pre-release and it stayed, but I think Siege was onto something, was adding the token making card for the combo kill over the top. I don't know what that is. Jiong Deserter is 1/2 for 2. Ally when this creature enters, put a counter on target creature. So it can target itself, be a 2 free. I mean, these cards are this wouldn't be a good card, but it's an ally, so I guess every white creature is an ally pretty much. Kyoshi Warriors, 4 mana, free ally, and you get another ally, so double trigger. It's really nice. The Legend of Yangsheng. I don't think we played with any of the legends. I think we had the blue legends in the blue-black waterbend deck, but every time I drew it was too little, too late. 5 mana, it's kind of the ECD of the set. Starting with you, each player chooses up to 1 permanent with mana value for a greater. So the first one is basically Conceals Judgment for permanent that costs 3 or more. So basically you get to exile any 3 or more permanent of your choice. Doesn't target. Then 2, you may have targeted one and draw 3 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. Kind of sick with Narset, honestly. I wonder if you play that card in blue white was for Narset. Is that card modern playable? Yeah, this card's a bomb and limited. I mean, they all flip into really good creatures, right? That one's a 4/5 flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, airbend up to 1 other target non-land permanent. So, I mean, if you have an EDB creature, you basically can trigger it every turn, right? Once you get it going. Not every turn, but as long as you keep drawing a spell. Yeah, true. You draw, if they're tapped out, you draw your free cards before they draw theirs. I mean, you get to use it first if they're tapped out. Do you remember how awful to play against the ECD control deck was, Gab? I hated that Fremont Spirit so much, having only 2 win cons in the deck and run on the reanimate. I mean, I remember it was in Fire's Yorion, right? I forget what all other decks that card was played in, but it's been a while. You can also airbend a second copy of this. All right. Would I ever play that in limited in a blue-eyed Narset deck? Is it ever better than 5 mana to fairy? The removal part is cleaner. Oh, I mean, exiling a Flage, exiling a Riddler. You can blink it with Sphelia. What's the backside? 4/5 flying whenever you cast your second spell each turn, airbend on put one other. I'll probably try it in blue-white Narset. How can you abuse the second chapter besides a Narset? Bowmaster, I guess? Bowmaster, Narset. Is there anything else in standard or modern? Rhino couldn't help himself. Yeah, the way the first chapter works is basically you choose something and they should probably choose the same thing or else they lose 2 permanents. Because they can only choose their permanents. Mastermind, new 5 mana blue worm. Yeah, Mastermind's not as exciting, but. Do people think this card is good enough for standards? Just like expensive removal. Maybe you don't use the second chapter and then you get a 4/5. Is that good enough? Neeb. They have to choose one of their cards. Starting with you, each player chooses up to 1 permanent with mana value 3 or greater from among permanents your opponent's controls. So you're like, I'm going to choose your permanent, and they have to choose a permanent they control. And if they don't choose the same one, then they lose both. It's like Consul's Judgment, but I agree it's confusing if you've never played with Consul's Judgment. Okay, up to, sure. They choose nothing. Alright, people don't seem sold for standards. I agree, I'm not sold. But I will say, usually, I mean, if you're playing control, the second thing can be huge because you want to keep making your land drops, find answers, and then your cards are higher impact. And if you're playing against a mid-range creature, they're drawing a bunch of like stuff that doesn't impact as much anymore. So maybe the draw free is like better than it looks. I think standard is way too fast for ECD. I mean, it's also a win condition. Means you don't have to put like, but I guess there's a lot of these cards these days already, probably. Alright, Master Piandao, 5 mana, 4 for first strike, ally, whenever it attacks, get the top 4 cards, may reveal an ally, equipment or lesson card from among them, put it in your hand. Yeah, I mean, seems good if you can get it through, seems really powerful. I mean, ally plus equipment plus lessons is basically going to be your entire deck. Probably going to be like half your deck, right? What is even half your deck if... Sure. Wait, what? Oh, 95%. 95% to hit if it's half your deck. Yeah, especially if some of the lessons are pump spells, right? There's that one already. These 2 are lessons, so you could like even YOLO and hit your pump spell. Alright, next Momo friendly flyer. 1 white, 1/1 flying, lemur bad ally. The first on lemur creature spell was flying you cast during each of your turns, costs 1 less to cast. Important that it's your turn, so it doesn't work with all the flash creatures, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Whenever another creature you control with flying enters, Momo gets +1/+1 until left turn. So I only had one. Oh no, that's Playful Pet. Wait, what? Why did I not have the ally already? I guess it didn't shrink any when you don't have flyers. But that was in the... We played free in the airbending deck. It was pretty good. It's just, you know, playing Aang on your turn's just fine. Doesn't work as Interrupter. You can play a turn-free Appa. Makes Riddler cost 1 mana. So... In Modern, in theory, you can go turn 1 that, turn 2 Riddler, blink your Riddler. Makes the Ornithopter cost -1. Momo is a real deal. Modern playable, standard playable, all thanks to Riddler. Yeah. You can do it with Splash Portal. Yeah, so you need a dual land, a blue-white dual land on one. More Strixhaven coming soon, TM as well. Yeah. Should have made the Riddler a lemur. Yeah. You're like, why is this creature a lemur? Oh. Is there some good flyers in Modern? It makes Arcades one cheaper. I mean, it is an atrocious stub deck. I don't think it's Modern playable. I mean, look at the 1-drops that are playable in Modern. They're playable in Modern because they're good on turn 1 and they're good on turn 10. Like Pride, Ragavan, etc. That card's like a brick. I don't know. I guess the free two, the Shepherd is also a flyer. Shepherd, Riddler, Philia. Oh, White Orc. Oh, never mind. White Orchid doesn't have colorless in the casting cost. Any flyers in that deck? Any other good flyers? That sounds like a game-winning curve to go Momo into creature blankets. Flicker Wisp has a colorless and it's, yeah, wow. Yeah. I don't know how you make room for it. It almost sounds like you have to cut Pride Guides. Or maybe trim them. Aang. You get to play Aang now in the blue-white bling deck too? Thing is, the blue-white bling deck's already really good and there's not a lot of room. The good part is you can just, I mean, to be fair, we tried so many 1-drops besides Pride and Guide and they were all bads. So maybe, you know, you just play 1 or 2 and it's like a nice little upgrade and you don't go crazy building around it. It's just like... True, cheapens Mockingbird. Yeah, true, you have to fit one. Wanqing is rough on the mana. Like, how do you play Wanqing? And it almost feels like you have to give up Enchanter. You have to pick Wanqing or Enchanter. And then Wanqing works with White Orchid, but then double blue, double white. Like 4 Mystic Gate. Are you going to be taking a lot of damage from your lands? Mockingbird checks mana spent. Oh. If you airbend your own creature in your turn, can you pay the cost in the same turn? Yeah, it's not like Foretell. Alright, the other Momo. So Legends. Not a bad ability. Probably. It's always hard to say how many one drops you want, and I see it depends on how good they are. But the thing is, Voyager makes it valuable to have one drops. Great Divide Guide. I mean, all your two drops makes you want to have a bunch of one drops, so it's gonna be interesting to find the right balance. I'm playing Winchungtan. Is that what we're calling it? Washington? In my Esper 12 pitch deck, since I only have one Wishing Tenor, I play a lot of instant speed, yeah. It's nice if you already have a bunch of instant speed cards of different threats and not be face up whenever you keep 2 mana up. Path to Redemption. White and 1 enchanted creature. So it's a pacifist. 5 Sagdas Aura, exile enchanted creature. Wow. So it's a pacifism that you can sack to get a 1/1 and get rid of a creature for good. I mean, I guess it's awful against airbends. Is that card even going to be playable? In limited? It's still going to be fine? Vrakos Anthrakia. Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. I'm in the way of the sub donation video. Oh, my bad. Rabaru Troop. 5 mana free, 5 landfall. Rabbit Kangaroo. Whenever land you control enters, this creature gains flying until end of turn, and you gain in life and has plane cycling. Oh, there's land cycling in every color. That card seems extremely good for plane cycling cards, for common plane cycling cards. I mean, 1 life is not lifelink, but it's pretty big, pretty decent swing. Plane cycling. I'm assuming none of them are good enough for living in, right? People tried to play soup at my pre-release to terrible results. As in slow decks, or? Razor Rings. A white and 1 instant deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. You gain life equal to the excess damage dealt this way. Sandbender Storm. 4 mana instant. Choose 1 destroy target creature with power 4 greater. Earthbend free. Okay, Southfall Voyager, 2/2 for 2. Whenever this creature or another ally you control enters, you gain 1 life. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw cards. Yeah. What's the ally status in Modern? Are any of the old allies better than the ones printed in that set? I mean, that card's Modern power level. Limited me? I have not played Limited. I didn't play the pre-releases. I just played Constructed during early access. I mean, that card's just great. I think it's... I mean, I would because it draws cards, but I think it's the most important, even though... I mean, when you're playing a tribal deck, it doesn't really matter, like... Because there's no point picking one. But I guess if I was gonna keep only one, like if you could keep only one ally, like let's say they remove one ally at random and you can like make one safe. I mean, you could argue the one drops. I feel like Voyager is the one I would pick. Does anyone disagree? Does anyone think like Voyager is not the most important one? Are you think Aang in the ally deck's gonna be that great? Earth King Lieutenant need the speed. I mean, we're playing constructed. People are gonna have removal. This card's good when you're already drawing perfectly. Guess we'll see. Alright, the first shrine. So there's a cycle, they're all uncommon. Southern Air Temple. White and free, legendary enchantment shrine. When it enters, put X+1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of shrines you control whenever another shrine you control. Okay, so it looks like probably a limited card. People are saying they're probably not great in constructed. It's just hard to find the right balance of creatures and shrines, and I don't know how the other shrines work, if they like work together, or if they each do like their own thing. What about in limited? Were they good in limited? Did anyone like see shrines pop up in limited? Suki, Courageous Rescuer. Y1/1, 2/4, Human Warrior Ally. Other creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever another permanent you control leaves the battlefield during your turn, create a white ally. That one didn't even make the cuts. Maybe it was a mistake, but I felt like the other ones were just better. Is that one gonna make the cut, we think, in if there's an ally deck? In the ally deck? I drafted shrines yesterday and the diff have potential. Right, it was mostly sealed. United Front, but that one doesn't even cost 3 or less. Stuki seems strong. Hmm. And the free mana ones are really good, but you think Suki's maybe better than Katara? You just want your deck to be really aggressive, sounds like, maybe? You're not interested in Dirtling? Maybe. Maybe the deck's not gonna be interesting in Dirtling too much. I mean, the ability is just not that great. I kind of disagree. Dirtle in a turn 4 format? Hmm. I mean, you have some interactions, right? If you dirtle into a bit of interactions, your guys make extra mana. You're making huge creatures. We're talking about standard for the most part. I don't know, I'm not seeing Suki be especially good personally, but unless you're popping off as a passive somehow. Team Avatar, enchantment, white and 2 enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control, so at least one. White 2, discard this card, it deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature. Pretty weak removal spell. Passive is good with lifelink creatures. Enchantment's good with lifelink creatures if you have that. And the pre-release Stuki was great. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bomb in limited. Talking constructed. Is there a lot of like, is there any lifelink creatures? Good with Pyondao to make it bigger. mean, it might be decent. Most of your cards are going to be creatures in this set, or... not a lot of lifelink. United Front. Oh, are you talking about United Front and not... I was thinking Battlefield, whatever, the collected company for non-creatures. Maybe I got... White X, Mythic, Sorcery, create X/1/1 ally creature tokens that put a +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Yeah, so we didn't play that card because getting double white is almost impossible unless you have Great Divide Guide, so maybe you just play, you know, straight white-green if you want to play that card. You just play straight white-green and play that card. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know if anyone... Because we only tried the 5-color version. Obviously, Insane and Limited, just best card in the set, maybe. Is that the best? Is that going to be the best rare in the set? Triggers all your stuff too. Maybe the Rise of Sozin or something might be better, or one of the legends. Yeah, the sagas are pretty silly. Vengeful Villagers. Human Citizen, not an ally. What did he do wrong to not deserve to be an ally? When this creature attacks, choose target creature and opponent controls. Tap it, then you may sack an artifact or creature. If you do, put a stun counter on. I mean, I'm assuming you need your cards to be really good if they're not allies, because there's so many ally synergy. That doesn't seem like it passes the bar for an uncommon, but I could be wrong. Had people have that card be good in sealed, did they even bother playing it? Is there... You're not getting food tokens to sack and whatnot, right? Unless the format's really aggressive and there's not a lot of removal and the just tapping is good, but... Water Tribe Captain. Centaur Courser, free for free ally. 5 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Seems fine. 2 mana, 2/2, 5 mana Waterbend, so you can tap creatures and artifacts to pay for it. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, including itself, right? You may reveal a creature card with power 3 or less from among them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Instant speeds. Common, I mean, these cards take over games routinely. These cards are usually quite good. What is the latest one? It was the green one? What was it? 2/2 for green and 1, 5 mana. The card was not great, but it usually made the cuts. Yip, 1 mana lesson. Target creature you control gets +2/+1 on turn. That creature is an ally, so basically almost always against flying. That similar trick was pretty good last time around, and lesson's good. Accumulate Wisdom. Blue and 1, instant lesson. Look at the top 3 cards of the library. Put one of the cards in your hand, rest on the bottom. So Anticipate, which saw some play, and then you draw, you put all 3 in your hand, which is not drawing, which could be relevant, and if there's 3 lessons or more in your graveyard. I didn't play the lesson deck in the pre-release, but I played against it, and they got to 3 lessons in the yard really trivially. Really good anti-creature deck, probably. You've got like 2 red lessons removal, right? 2 1-mana reds lessons that are removal spells that are reasonable. Oh, there's a 1 mana and a 2 mana one, maybe. I think 1 mana and 2 mana. Yeah, I mean, that might be good. Let's see, 1 mana lesson. Oh yeah, they're Boomerang Basics too, which works pretty well with Stormchaser Talent. 1 blue, Bounce any non-land permanent, and then if you control it, you draw cards. Sorcery. That card's pretty solid. Grand enables the lesson stuff. There's a quench. It's a lesson. Like, you usually don't want to fill in your deck with cards like Quench in your slow decks, because then if the games go long, you draw a lot of shitty cards. But also, if the game goes long, you have 4 Ancestral Recalls in your deck, so you might still be okay. 5 mana Lost Days. You get a clue, 5 mana. Okay, so expensive, but good and limited. 1 mana Lesson. Hexproof, untap it. Wow. It's just the same card, but a lesson. So maybe they'll be like that blue with these cards that cost less. But I even printed a new one. 7 mana, 6/5. There are 3 or more lesson cards in your graveyard. You may cast the spells as though they had flash. So that costs 1 less to cast for each non-creature and non-land card in your graveyard. Draw a card, then mill 3 cards, untap target lands. Two blue for 4/5, Waterbend 5, Flying War 2. When this creature enters, cry 2. Seems like probably good limited cards. Permanent basics we talked about. Crashing Wave, blue, Waterbend X, tap up to X target creatures and stun counters. I don't know if that card can be good and constructed. What was people's experience with Waterbend in limited and sealed deck? Was like Crashing Wave any good? Was the River Spirit any good? Waterbend was way too easy. Waterbend was fine. It was good if the game was long. Did people who played like multiple pre-release feel like the colors were kind of balanced and sealed at least? River Spirit is amazing. Waterbending is pretty good, performed better than I thought. Okay. Ember Island Production. 5 mana, choose 1, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it's not legendary and it's 4 for hero. Create a token that's a copy of target. Oh, 2/2 cowards. First time flyer. It's funny card that has first time in its name. First time flyer, 1/2 for 2 flying ally. This creature gets +1/+1 as long as there's a lesson card in your graveyard. That card seems really nice. That kills you really fast. 2 for flyer for 2. Flexible Waterbender. 2/5 Vigilance ally, Waterbend free. Becomes a 5/2. Seems pretty meh. Forecasting Fortune Teller. 1 free for 2. Ally. When this creature enters, create a clue token. Fortune Teller is great. Yeah, it seems really solid. Geyser Leaper. Another ally, 4 free flying. Waterbend 4. Draw a card, then discard a card. Pretty nice. Giant Koi. 5/7. Oh, that's the island cycling one. Waterbend free, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Release was sucky because of seeded packs. Can you airbend non-land permanents? It's usually creatures, sometimes it's non-land permanents. Fortune Teller gives you 2 bodies for waterbending, yeah. I went against removal.decks and they lost because cards were just so good you couldn't 1-for-1. Yeah, there's been not every limited format's that way, but Was it the last one where? Yeah, it was the last one where it was red, black, and sealed. Like I played a lot of the one where I played a lot of sealed, where like red, black. If you had there is a thing as like too much removal in these formats. If most of the creatures give you value, like you can't just have power of removal and. All right, Gran. 1/2 for blue. Legendary. Triggers Mox Amber. Whenever Gran becomes tapped, draw a card. That card is legit for affinity, you know, for Mox Amber, and it triggers on drum. You tap it to drum. Non-creature spells you cast cost one less cast as long as they're free. Okay, the lesson part is gonna be rough, but is that card good in standard? Teddy Barra, welcome to the chat, says green was absolutely dominating my pre-release. Blue felt great in general. Also lets you cast Osmo. Not the same colors, but as Gran has potential in standard. Did anyone play or see the kind of blue-red lessons in early access? I played against it once and lost it, but I think it's when we're playing the blue-black deck, so. When you say Gran was great in the lesson deck, you mean standard early access or at your pre-release? I always get excited for like Mox Amber in Modern when I see. I think that card could make the cut in. Well, most players don't play Mox Amber. It also works with Stamio. It helps you flip Stamio, right? I mean, now you have a natural legend to go like turn one Tamio, Mox Amber, and play a second legend off it. I don't know, maybe I'm just too obsessed and it's just not good enough. Jeskai Ascendancy, yeah. Gab never saw one mana legend he didn't like, true. Any when tap card was great in sealed because of water bending. Oh, right. Standard early access. The cost reduction on a 1-drop was really powerful. I played Gran and Seal in my lesson deck was great. Gran did nothing. Learn? I mean, there's still parts bits, so like if you're playing whatever Pioneer or Modern, you can get the lessons with your learn cards. But they didn't print new learn cards in this set. This is why the lesson maybe lessons will be broken in Pioneer, you know, just because it's close to standard power level, and now you get to like divide by 0 for good cards. But I guess it still takes sideboard slot, right?
I hope lessons will be good in standard. I like casting Ancestral.
Hey Gavin, thanks for the resub. You can just put lessons into any. I mean, you could already do that. Except they were so bad, right? You usually didn't. The lessons cards are mostly pretty bad. Yeah, but divide by 0 is the best one, right? And it's in the right colors because it's in ancestral color recalls and Gran color and stuff. So honest work. I'm gonna put Gran on. I don't know if I've added cards to the list yet in blue. I guess I should add wisdom. Just lessons, I guess. Gran is like. I'll definitely try it in Affinity in Mox Amber decks. Honest work. 1 blue aura. Enchant creature and open controls. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. Creature removes all counters from it. Loses all ability. So 1/1. And name Humble Merchant. Taps, add 1. Wait, what? Taps, add a colorless. Oh, wait. What am I missing? Is that card just atrocious? Yeah, I feel like I'm missing something because it's so bad in a waterbend format or in a airbend format especially. All right, next iguana parrot, 2/2 for 2, flying vigilance, lizard bird pirate, prize. Okay. All right, invasion submersible, blue and 2. Apparently that card's great. 0/0. When it enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay, so you get a boomerang effect. Non-land, I guess, boomerang. What's non-land boomerang? Hoodwink? The OG? Exhaust. Waterbend free. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature. Put free +1/+1 counters on it. So not flying. And it can tap itself. So in theory, you can like play it and exhaust it right away. And you get a free that. Why is that card so amazing? It's like fine, but I think it was Abby who was like pretty excited about it. Eloquentia, 2 mana lesson, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. I know the one deck I played against had that card in it, so assuming it makes the cuts in these decks. I played it turn 4 and exhausted it right away almost every game. I mean, didn't they print like free for 4 bounce a creature? Isn't that a card that's been in a set before? I guess it's usually one of the better commons, but that card's out uncommon. Like, you think you'd be happy to first pick that in a draft? Not happy, but like reasonable first pick. Obviously, you'd rather first pick a rare or mythic, but Katara, Bending Prodigy, blue and 2/2 free legend ally. I mean, every end step if Katara is tapped, so pretty easy to do with Waterbend. Put a +1/+1 counter on her. 6 mana, draw a card. Uncommon. Wow. Like, what do you think is better, Katara or Invasion Submersible? Katara seems kind of nice. Maybe the format's almost too fast for it, but she does everything. Yeah, it does seem like kind of great cards. Knowledge Seeker, blue and 1, 2/1 Fox Spirit Vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a counter on it. This is almost constructed stuff. When this creature dies, create a clue. Each turn works on your opponent's turn too. That's probably not good enough for constructed. There's no constructed deck that wants that, right? Even the blue-white, like, cheap creatures, etc. Too bad it didn't do it like maybe it leaves the battlefield. You get a clue, then you can airbend it and stuff. All right, the blue legend, the Legend of Kurg. 4 mana, scry 2, then draw a card twice. It's nice space, like you just set up your next turn, then do that again. So it's draw 2, scry 4, and then assuming you get a win con. Whenever you cast a spell, create a 1/1 colorless spirit. A spell, any spell creature token was exhaust waterbend 20, take an extra turn. You think it's thus on the bag, really? Like you flip it and you have all your mana up and you've just like scry 2 draw a card twice and it's like turn 6. It triggers as many times as you want. The Time Walk is a dream? 20? Yeah, I mean, the Time Walk, probably if you have this many tokens, you're probably just killing your opponent before the Time Walk. Unless you have a deck that's making a bunch of clues that are just sitting there. The question is like, for 4 mana, what are you getting in a like mid-range or control deck? It's almost underwhelming, the first two things, right? You're not impacting the boards. I mean, it could be like top end for. Is it like is it ever gonna be better than blue red Ralph, for instance, in a blue red deck? That would probably be a good comparison. Spike was saying played in Affinity was manufacturing. I mean, I'm always pretty wary to put like cards that cost more than 2 mana in my Urza Saga deck. Always sounds a little sketch. Think Spike was memeing. Is that card better than Otteral in blue reds? Probably not, right? Alright, let's move on. Lost Days, just good removal in limited. Serpaku, 1 free for 2 prowess. When it becomes tapped, target player mails X cards. X is the number of lesson in your graveyard. So you probably want like to mail yourself. But you already need lessons. So. The Mechanist Artist Aerial Arts. And we played that card in a blue black deck, kind of popped off, but whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a clue token. I mean, that card could be good in Affinity. Doesn't solve your Rav Disguise problem, really, but until end of turn, target artifact token you control becomes a free one. Construct artifact was flying. Yeah. Card's probably like not quite good enough, but any sorcery speed draw spell has stock up as competition. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good comparison to Legend of Korra and stock up, yeah. Or Spole Patrol, probably not a reasonable ally. Tapper, Ramp, Octopus Form. Talked about whenever you draw your second card each turn, +1/+2 can't be blocked. Not an ally. 2/2 for free, put a stun counter on target creature and an ally. Wasn't that card like the best common? Best blue common in a draft set? 2/2 for free, stun a creature, tap and stun? Or am I like completely confused? Is that a reprint kind of? Thinking of the links in base set, right? That's the best blue common. Crosslinks has seen better days, but it's not bad. Yeah. I'm not mistaken, right? It was the best blue common in that set. Yeah. I mean, sometimes the power creep is real, but the fact that it's an ally. Secret of Bloodbending. Quadruple blue, lesson. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may waterbend 10. You control target opponent during their next combat phase. If this spell's additional cost was paid, you control that player during their next turn. So we played a blue-black waterbend deck, and we never really got there, but even in the games where I would have cast that card, I think my opponent's board was just a bunch of giant creatures, and that had no blockers, so it would have just been like, take their turn, do nothing. I guess it's a time walk. A really expensive time walk. Maybe in modern. But then Ravduskai is like, if you're playing a Waterbend deck, Ravduskai is probably going to be pretty good against you. Serpent of the Past. Blue, blue, 5, 6, 5. One less to cost. And it has flash if you have a bunch of lessons in the yards. How many of these serpents are in standard right now? I lost to. I don't know if that was a blue red deck or. Oh, no, I think it was Shahar playing mono blue. Or maybe blue red. I like this one in Beans. It was Beans and Pioneer. Is there not. Are the other ones not just better though? Isn't that just a worse crab? One more power? Maybe crab only counts instants and sorceries? You still have Tolarin and Eddie Merc. Oh, this one counts fetch lands? Non-creature, non-land. No, never mind. Counts bubble. Soka's Haiku. 5 mana. Less than counter target spell. Draw a card, then mill 3 cards on top target land. Remember that card's gonna be good in limited. It's not modal. But there are a bunch of 5 mana instant. There's like Lost Days at common. But you don't want a million 5 mana cards. The Spirit Oasis, the blue shrine. When it enters, draw cards for each shrine you control. Whenever another shrine you control enters, draw a card. So they're legendary still. I mean, there is United Battlefront in standards. I don't know what the other shrines are like. The white one costs 4 though. Oh, the yeah, I was gonna say there's no flavor text. Is the what's the definition of a haiku? A Japanese poem of 17 syllables and 3 lines of 5, 7, and 5. Counter target spell, draw a card, then mill 3 cards, untap target. Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's pretty clever. Alright. Spirit Water Revival. We never drew that card in the Waterbend deck. Blue, blue 1 is the initial cost to cast the spell. You may Waterbend 6. Draw 2 cards, so that's 3 mana Divination, hard to cast Divination. If this spell's additional cost was paid, instead shuffle your graveyard into your library, draw 7 cards, and you have no. Oh, just you. Exile Spirit Revival. So it's like a 9 mana affinity cards, right? Waterbend is kind of like affinity. Now you have to tap them. But a little bit, like whatever it's called, invoke or no, what is it called? Improvise. Thank you. 9 mana to draw 7 cards. Convoke plus improvise. Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming cards just worse than something like a Thought Monitor, but 7 cards is a lot of cards. And in standards, if you're playing mid-range or control and you're in the business of, I mean, it's like Dave's point of you need to compare that card to stock up. Is there a chance in hell that card is ever better than stock up? Probably not. The Spyglass Inspector deck from last season may have wanted something like this. Yeah. Theo or Tio, Spirited Glider. Blue and free, one for flying ally. Whenever one or more creatures you control is flying attacks, draw a card and discard a card. You discard a non-land card this way, but looks pretty strong cards. Good limited card. Tiger Seal, the blue. Cat Seal, free vigilance. At the end of your upkeep, tap this creature. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, untap this creature. And you're working hard for. It does block the turn it comes into play, but then you have to untap it. Tiger Seal, props, Team Core pitch, Winter Night would have been gas. Wow, yeah. Okay, so it's good it was Winter Night, kind of. Not really, a bit. Is that card gonna be playable? I mean, it hits pretty hard. Blue doesn't, not the most aggro color, but just Tiger Seal into Riddler. Attack, block. It's not legendary. Like, so cheap. It's so cheap, like turn one, like anytime you have a blue left over, you play it. I can see it. Yeah, true, you get to attack with it and then maybe use it. I don't know. Probably not, but Tylee, Chai Blocker, blue and two. Rare ally, 2/1 Flash Prowess. Okay, when it enters, step up to one target creature. It doesn't untap during its control's untap side for one. It's like super Flood Pit Drowner, kind of, a bit. More expensive. The Prowess is probably like kind of whatevs. I mean, nice bonus, but doesn't untap. Also, if it dies, the creature untaps. Yeah, seems just worse than Drowner, right? Doesn't seem like the extra mana is ever worth it. Yeah. The Unagi of Kyoshi Islands. Blue free. Legendary creature Serpent. 5/5 flash. Waterbend 4. Or no one draws their second card each turn, you draw 2 cards. That card's just bad, right? Speaking of blue legends for my Mox Amber. Is that modern card? Is that gonna break modern? Wan Shi Tong, Librarian, blue X. Legendary creature, bird spirits. I mean, there's spirits, right? In modern, it was mostly a pioneer deck, I guess. Birds, not the worst creature types. 1/1 flash, flying vigilance. When it enters, put X +1/+1 counters on him, then draw half X cards rounded down. Whenever an opponent searches their library, put a +1/+1 counter on Wan Shi Tong and draw a card. So the passive is what's most exciting in modern, but even the other part is, I mean, modern games go long. Order the playset of the owl better be good. How much did you pay for them? Mangu says the owl is fake. I think the owl is very real. But we'll see. You need to build around it, most likely. I think it might be good enough to play even if you have nothing to combo with it in modern. Every deck shuffles. Bigger monocolor flash craze has got to be a little playable. I mean, counterbolt is a thing, right? There's a decent bit of counter spells, especially if, I don't know, 40 euros each. If Mengu is right, then you're obviously screwed because I think its value, if it's expensive, is going to come from like being really good in modern. Can you consent to extra? Yeah, it's a trigger. Enters a battlefield. Plays well with force and subtlety. Well, because it has flash. 100% you don't play 4 One-Shot Tongue in any deck. I think you play 4 if you're building around it in modern for sure. Or you can anyways. Enter as a 1/1. Yeah, you 1/1 flying flash. Also pretty annoying when you have to like fetch at sorcery speed all the time when you play against that card. Mono blue, Mox, Amber, Opal, Urza. Right, you've got Grand now. Problem with these decks is they can struggle against Shroud Disguise. I think it'll be like Ketrama is a good card, but not meta definer. Yeah, it could be something like that, just powerful. I mean, I kind of like Path to Exile as a removal in modern. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Field of Rune, a lot of the like White Orchid Phantom. Could be like not sure. Some mono blue deck. This Field of Runes. Play this Svember as your removal. Is it good in the Birthing Ritual deck for some reason? Not really. Yeah. And it has a like X part. Sometimes you just, 4 mana, free flyer flash, draw cards. I mean, that's not bad. Like super flex cards. One of Crazy's strengths was chaining them into each other, which you can't do with Yao. Yeah, true. Not as good. I feel like it's good enough to play like in that blue-red Wizards deck I was playing, maybe like one main and then 1 or 2 more in the sideboard for the matchup where it's really good. Something along these lines. And then think you can maybe figure out a way to build around it completely. Definitely the first thing I'm gonna try in modern. So what are the cards? What are the good cards that makes open and shuffle or makes open and search? It's Path. It's Field of Rune. Demo Field, they don't have to, but if they don't, then small win. Ghost Quarter. White Orchid Phantom. Any other good ones besides these five? I'm sure there's a few more. Surgical Extraction. What? No, that doesn't work. Battlefront? What's Battlefront? Cleansing Wildfire. They eject? What? Ghost Quarter is optional, yeah, but if they don't search, then you're strip mining them. Price of Freedom. Isn't that like it gets artifacts, I guess? It's Cleansing Wildfire. Winds of Abandon. You could honestly. I mean, you'd probably play 4 paths before you play any copies of Winds, but that could be legit. Just 4 paths and then 2 Winds. Damn good bragging about having a doctor. Being able to afford a doctor. Sig brags, goats. You gotta flex on all your US people like that. Yeah, good luck. Hope it's nothing serious. Alright, let's move on. Waterbender Ascension. Blue and 1. Enchantment. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a quest counter on this enchantment. Then if it has 4 more counters on it, draw a card. Waterbend 4. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Oh, yeah, that card's just atrocious, right? So many counters. Yeah. Unless I'm missing something, the card just seems like awful. Is it even good in limited? Might be good in limited. Was there one free? Is that one free in a common? Forecasting Fortune Teller. Seems awful. Yeah, someone tried it. Fake Shack tried it. It was awful. 4 mana, Waterbending Lesson. 4 mana, draw 3 cards and discard a card unless you Waterbend 2. It's not even that big of a drawback. Waterbending Scroll, 2 mana artifact, 6 tap, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less for each island you control. So is that the cycle? Like the white one make tokens and the blue one is like a tome? So if you go island, 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 you can use it on turn 3. That card was probably pretty decent in Seal deck. Watery Grass, 1 blue enchant creature. Doesn't untap. 5 mana, you get rid of it. That one's much better than the other one. They shuffle into their library though, they get to draw it again. At some point if the game goes long, it's kind of annoying. Well, that card could be standard playable, right? Enchant creature, it doesn't untap. Oh, it doesn't tap it. I don't know, probably not then. You, the Moon Spirit, 3 for 4, Spirit Ally, Flying Vigilance, Waterbend 5, tap. You may cast a non-creature spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. So that card puts Omniscience into play. On curve, on turn 5, has to live. You cast a non-creature spell. Probably not good enough, right? Azula always. Alright, I need a quick break since we're at the end of blue. So what should I add in my list? I have the lessons, I have Gran, One Shi Tong Librarian. Like he's just a librarian, not like, you know, some adjective librarian, like goaded librarian, you know what I mean? He's like librarian. What else did we like in blue? The lessons, potentially One Shi Tong for standard, for constructed. I like Gran. Is that it? Lessons, Gran, One Shi Tong. Which lessons? I mean, just lessons in general. The bounce one, the quench, the wisdom. They all seem like they have potential. Obviously, the ancestral one is the most important one. Basically, the cheap ones, kind of obvious. I feel like which ones are good for constructed. Mechanist? Really? You think that card has potential? Almost like it more in modern than in standard, but I don't think it's good enough for modern. Tiger Seal? Yeah, we're on the fence. People were not Tiger Seal believers for the most part. Moonspirit good at cheating Omni? I don't think so. I think it's just too big of an ask. Even just having the fifth mana or Waterbend might not be trivial. Yeah, Boomerang Basics with Storm Chaser. I played against that. That's a nice combo. Is Nagi good enough? I don't think so. I think the body's too bad. Like, it's not even gonna block that well against green decks if they have Uro and stuff. I think that card's just super mediocre, unless I'm missing something. Legacy? I don't play Legacy, but yeah. Sounds... One Shaitan could be good in these formats. Tiger Seal would... Yeah, people said it would have been pretty good with profs. You works with Squadron. I mean, you still have to pay 5 and tap, right? It's just not that exciting of a prospect. How is that, like, ever, like, coming together? Hey, Sebastian. You're right on time for the break, Sebastian. Benevolent River Spirit. Which one's that? Helping Hand or in the blue-white Convoke? Helping Hand, a 4/5 Flying War 2. Well, it needs to be able to play both ways, right? And I mean, sure, Oculus is not easy to cast, but that one's like really hard to cast in a fair way, right? Just 7 mana, pretty much. That seems made up. Seems like big of a stretch. Oh yeah, the Waterbend stuff's kind of cool. Was Ether Vial. That's not sure anyone mentioned Ether Vial and Waterbend. Maybe someone did. Is that the only one that has Waterbend in the casting cost? But you still can't put that card in your deck just because you might have your Ether Vial live and stuff. It's not reasonable. I did not try the lesson deck. I just played against it once. Could up Sirens and Novus. I mean, it's like so like you're casting it on turn 4. Sounds bad. As for a toll now. Oh no, thank you for the Prime resub. 2-year anniversary. Happy anniversary to us. Were Shrines any good? People mostly played sealed. It doesn't seem like they're all going to be playable in constructed and in sealed. Like, I guess no one had like enough to try them out yet. Shrines were not super great and limited the first time around. Just kind of tricky. Probably better this time. Alright, give me a quick break. Just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Azula always lies. Good to know. Lesson, black, and one. Choose one or both. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Put a counter on target creature. Ooh, both. Wasn't that like the best common in that one set? That was 1 mana, and it was not counters. No. It was a trick? Is water bending scroll good? I don't know. Not in constructed and in limited. Seems like playable, but not high pick. Didn't feel that good for me in sealed. What was the common? Wasn't that like one of the best commons? It was 1 black and it wasn't even counters. I guess this one's not counter, it's the -1 is until end of turn. This card existed, it was Subtle Strike. I don't remember that. Format was Mega Aggro, okay. Azula on the Hunt. 4 mana, Human Noble, Firebending 2. When it attacks, you lose 1 life and create a clue token. Wow. For free attack, draw cards. Seems really good. Skullduggery. Yeah, Zola looks like first pick material. Beetle-headed merchants. 5 mana, 5/4. When this creature attacks, you may sack another creature or artifact. If you do, draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Doesn't seem like anything special, but are not all Azula greats? I don't know. I didn't read them all. You like the firebending design? Yeah. I mean, all the bendings are pretty cool, no? Boiling Rock Rider, 3 mana, rare ally, firebending 1, tap and non-tap ally you control, exile target card from a graveyard, or even itself. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast an ally spell from among cards you own, exile with this creature. So, wow. Like card advantage plus graveyard hate, which might be really important. Could even be a main deck card, but can tap Grand for value. Yeah, it's nice to have when Sultai Reanimator was already a playable deck. Did anyone see the Buzzard West Colony pop up in Sealed at the pre-release? 2/2 flying for 4. You can recycle one of your artifacts or creature. And whenever another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, put it on this creature. Chaos Inspector, 1/1 for a black human soldier or menace. When this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to you. Create a clue token. Is that the better one in for SAG decks in standard for 1 mana? There's the red one that's probably better ability, right? Much better. I think Any standard decks ever won that card? Yeah, the red one is infinitely better. I guess if you're not playing red. I'll keep it in mind for Worlds, Dave, if I get all these cards. Yeah, Spider Bee is definitely not good enough for Living Ends. They're pretty nice for limited, though. Cat Gator, 7 mana, free to lifelink. When this creature enters, it deals damage equal to the number of swamps you control to any target. Oh, and it has lifelink? It's like a creature corrupt for 7 mana. Corrupt Court Official. 1/1 for a black and 1 when this creature enters, target open and discards a card. Huh? How did that card feel in Seal? There's a lot of ways to recycle your creatures. That's what kind of black does. Probably pretty good, right? Is it as important as in the last set? Might just be. Daily Indoctrination. Black and 1 lesson. Choose one target when it reveals their hand. You choose a non-land permanent card from it. That player discards a card. And then Earthbend 2. Non-land perm. I mean, discard 2 mana, discard spells are usually pretty bad. Oh yeah, it pays for Waterbend too. So far, any choice to add to standard deck? I mean, the lessons in general looks like they have potential. Same for the allies. Out of these cards, the Flash Oblivion Ring. And maybe Avatar's Wrath too, just maybe more of a sideboard card. Day of Black Sun. Black X, sorcery, rare. Each creature whose mana value X or less loses all abilities until end of turn. Destroy those creatures. Each creature whose mana value X or less. Is that card any good in any scenario? Works against the Curiosities, I guess. It's so expensive. Token Wrath, yeah, that's not very exciting. Versus Token with Commander, okay. If we're at the point where we're mentioning Commander, probably time to go next. Deadly Precision, black, 5 mana removal, or you can sack creature and artifact, sure. Epic Downfall, that's a reprint. Exile target creature with mana value 3 or greater, sorcery speed. Let's go against the Curiosities. Is there black? I mean, black had Strategic Betrayal. Did black have something better already? Was that card maybe even already legal somehow? Because that big downfall saw play last time it was legal in standard, right? Does the Black Sun prevent the Earthbend stuff to come back? Yeah, probably. It's a good point. No, really? Okay. When it dies or exiled, return it to the battlefield tapped. I think at that time the black removal were really bad. Okay, maybe. Fatal Fissure, 2 mana instant to target creature. When that creature dies this turn, you Earthbend 4. Any sweet combos in limited was that maybe, or use in limited? Looks kind of bad to me, but the Fire Nation drill. Drill, baby, drill. We're gonna drill. Black 2, legendary artifact, vehicle 6/3, trample. Oops. When it enters, you may tap it. When you do, destroy target creature with power 4 or less. Okay, pretty good. For limited, anyways. Permanent, you control 1 mana. Permanent, your opponent controls lose hexproof and destructible until after turn. Crew 2. I mean, limited bomb, right? What about standard? You got the beetle in Black Rain, that's all similar. Or is it Fixie? Destroy target power with power 3 or less. I don't know, honestly. Fire Nation Engineer, black and 2, raid. If you attack this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target or creature vehicle you control. The card seems like it can get out of hand really fast. But it's kind of sitting there, I guess. It's hard for it to ever attack. Beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target. Oh, that card's bad. Fire Navy Trebuchet, black and 2, Defender Reach, 0/4 wall. Whenever you attack, create a 2/1 colorless construct artifact. But couldn't lose flame. Oh, tap attacking. That's flying. Sacrifice that token. So you play a 2-drop, you play that, you attack. Gives you fodder. It's flying, so it's probably not gonna die. The card seems like it could be really good in limited. Had anyone have that card be really good for them at pre-release? Foggy Swamp Hunters. This creature has lifelink or menace as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. It's like really hard to race. Volcano says Fire Navy Trebuchet is so good in limited. Okay, yeah. I could see it. Foggy Swamp Visions, we tried that card. We never really drew it. Black 1. Sorcery. As additional cost, cast a spell, Waterbend X. Exile X target creature cards from graveyard. For each creature card exile this week, create a token as a copy of it, and then you sag them. At the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice those tokens. And you're trying to assemble a combo just for value. What did we try it on? Was it in the Jund deck or was it in the combo deck? Oh, we tried one. They don't gain haste. So you're not like hitting them with Atraxa, but you're still getting the triggers. Good with combo if you're trying to assemble a creature combo, like maybe card. I mean, it's black, so I guess it's hard to cast in. But like the Valdek from Historic, good against spot removal. Terror of the Peak. I don't think Terror of the Peak is ever a playable card, but no, I don't think we played it in that combo deck. But maybe we should have. Did we have it? Oh yeah, we had 4. Heartless Act. Was that already in Standard? Heartless Act. Can't remember. I don't think so. I know it's a reprint. It wasn't though, right? Destroy target creature with no counters on it. So there's a lot of counters on creature these days. That one might just not be playable, right? Like a lot of the good. I mean, okay, you have shot the sheriff or whatever to kill a Riddler. Yeah, I remember the Dross thing to make them lose. Yeah, probably not great. Hog a monkey. Exhaust 5, put 2+1/+1 creature on that creature. Seems bad. Judy, one of many. 2/2 for a black and 1. Black tap, surveil 1. Create a token that's a copy of this creature. Then sacrifice an artifact or creature. Activate only as sorcery. Someone played that card against me. And I felt like I had to kill it right away. Could combo with Squadron, but I was not seeing it. I don't know. Yeah, Judy with Squadron. Sounds like a lot of work. And a bit too mediocre of a card on its own. I'm not really seeing it. June Bounty Hunter, black and 1, 2/2, legend, human mercenary. Can't be blocked as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. And 1 second other creature. Create a clue token, activate only during your turn. So it's a 1 mana stack outlet for creatures. Make clues. We also added it to that John deck. That's it's another ways to sack your artifact creatures, and then you get another artifact, which is good with biotech and whatnot. Probably like nothing special though. Code of Face Stealer, 6 mana, 6/6 shapeshifter spirit. When Ko enters, exile up to 1 other target creature. Okay, straight up. Whenever another non-token creature dies, you may exile it. Okay. Pay 1 life to creature, exile with Ko. Okay. Ko has all activated ability activated and trigger ability as chosen card. Does that one do anything with Squadron? Oh, it's all passives. That card just does nothing, right? This card is sick? Really? What? How is that card any good? 6 mana. Lewin Lee Twin Tutors. 5 mana 2/2. When it enters, search your library for a lesson or noble card. What's the noble cards? Like creature type noble, or is that something in future sets? Reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Noble creatures you control and lesson spells you control have lifelink. Just creature type noble. Loot. Loot is a noble beast. Yeah, 5 mana is a lot. Good limited card though. Oh, black is black a lot of nobles? Not even. There's a few, but there's some good ones. I guess some really good ones. My Scornful Strikers, 2/2 for black and 1. First strike, whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, they lose 2 life. We discussed that one with Edgar on the podcast. I was like pretty lukewarm about it. It's not really what the allies deck. I mean, I think you just have better 2-drops in ally, but it's also a decent hate card, does a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's legendary, it's like by default you probably can never play 4, and then I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. I mean, I didn't think like that needle whatever card was anything special, right? The red 2. 2/2 first strike on your turn deals damage when you draw a card and then end up being a decent role player. Merchant of Many Hats. 2/2 for a black and 1 ally. Return it for a graveyard to your hand. Okay. Northern Air Temp. Oh, the black shrine only costs 1. When it enters, each of them loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of shrines you control. Whenever another shrine you control enters, each of them loses 1 life and gain 1 life. Seems incredibly underwhelming. I mean, maybe in Pixie, if the other shrines are playable, but I mean, shrines are just so awkward. Yeah, they're bad. Yeah. Okay, Obsessive Pursuit. I wonder if anyone have that card. Was that card a bomb and limited for people who had it? Seems like it would be. Seems like it would be like almost unbeatable if you have it on turn 2. Black and 1 enchantment. When it enters and at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and get a clue token. Whenever you attack, put X+1/+1 counters on target attacking creature, where X is the number of turns you sack this turn. Effects is 3 or greater, that creature gains lifelink and until end of turn. I think that card was just kind of really good for me. I even started. Oh, it was really good in that deck. This gives you a lot of fodder. Just Prof's Vibe, basically. Prof's Vibe. Even ended up adding them to like the Era deck, because why not? It was just like, oh, not that list. That was like the bad list, I guess. I mean, that one was the better one. I don't know. Thought I added it to the Era deck. Anyways. That card I'm really excited about. Croakies tried it out and it was alright at best. Felt like it was a bit better than that for me, but maybe I'm just all biased. Played against it, was good in the game. My opponent had time to get the lifelink, and it was bad the game where I was on the plan curving out. Makes sense. Oh, we have a third Euro meme deck. Alright, good call. Yeah, that was the final list. I think that was the list I liked the best. Most balanced one. We'll see. Maybe that card will be too too slow to build around once people have tuned their decks. Could it ever be good in Modern? Is there a deck in Modern that sacks stuff? Cat Oven? What do the... I guess it's bad against Rab Disguise. Yeah, probably because of Rab, like... Probably Rab Disguise makes that card, like, pretty sus. Maybe it could be good with Brute Scale somehow? A late good morning to you, CS Nasty on YouTube. Max Breaker, the two brave chatters on YouTube. That's pretty good for me in the games in that deck. Can anyone think of a better shell in standard than... I mean, I'm not saying this deck is tier 1 or anything, but it's pretty powerful. Like, you already have the map, so you're pretty good at sacking a lot of stuff. You have the Zealot. You have the passive of the Specialist. It's permanence for Gene Pollinator. Like, all the... It's pretty good with Trajectory, too. Like, really good, like, just develop your board and keep them in check. First deck I played he ever liked. Well, the first time for everything. Bonjour, Gary. No, I'm not. We're doing Thanksgiving at home on Sunday, so I was just thinking about going for a while and they didn't offer me the casting job. Beseech Amir to get the airship. We didn't play Beseech in this deck. I had one or two, I never drew it, and then I went up to 4, and then I drew 3 in one game and lost because I drew 3. I didn't have time to cast them. I'm on 4 Urs now. Okay. I added the Force Mana links to the sideboard for controlled games. Like the 5/4 that deals damage. Alright, I'm kind of a believer. Have we added a black card for standard yet for like something we're really excited about? In the Visions, maybe? We didn't really say if we thought Foggy Swim Visions was going to be good or not. Probably worth mentioning at least. It might just end up being good. Meh. Inyakamai Kimai. For my French chatters. I'm gonna add Obsessive Pursuit to my list. You could Foggy Swamp as a sideboard card with a superior Spider-Man decks. Yeah. But it's a nice bonus if you're building around it and then you get like incidental like graveyard hate or whatever. Just kind of like people having Emperor of Bones against you or whatnot. Heartless Sack's probably unplayable in standards. Every creature gets counters. Pitiless Carnage, oh yeah, that's still legal. Where were we? Ozai's Cruelty, 3 mana, starts with a lesson, 2 damage to target player. That player discards 2 cards. Huh? Blighting? Deals 2 damage to target player. That player discards 2 cards? Wow. Okay. Lesson Blighting? I mean, it's not a very good effect in standard unless you're building around lessons, so probably not going to see play. Can target yourself. Great. Phoenix Fleet Airship. 4 mana, 4/4 vehicle, cruise for 1. So it's a 4/4 flying crew 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you sacrifice a permanent this turn, create a token that's a copy of this vehicle. And as long as you control 8 or more permanents named Phoenix Fleet Airship, this vehicle is an artifact creature. Oh, I misread it. I thought it was 8 or more permanents total. So that card is exponential. They all gain the ability. So I guess that card was worse than I thought it was. I thought it was 8 permanents total. So if you sacrifice, you get an extra one. Then next turn, if you still have both, you get 2 more. So that card's probably just bad, right? Maybe not bad, but that's role player at best. 8 permanent would be broken. I'm not even sure 8 permanent would be broken. Will be played in the Sense deck. You like sack a free to get that. Then you get another one. No, I mean, Sense deck's not very good at making creatures. I guess you could play like Carrot Cake, tap your other tokens, big tokens. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I think that card's like kind of whatever. It's also like a 4 mana card that doesn't have a coming to play. Like they can just kill it with artifact removal and then you trade it way down on mana. Pirate Peddlers. Black and 2, 2/2 Death Touch. Whenever you sack another permanent, put a counter on this. And if you have an infinite sack permanent loop, Death Touch not great on it though. Raven Eagle. I think that's the one Malone played against me. 2 free for Black and 2 Bird Assassin. I love Bird Assassin. That's the image of a bird assassin. Flying. When this creature enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, create a clue. Whenever you draw your second cards each turn, each one loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So it's like graveyard hate and card advantage and damage. It does a lot, but does it do enough? It's a bit like almost Tracker's vibe. You get like a clue a turn. Seems like it should be good, right? Seems like it should be really solid. I guess it's a bit of Sentinel or whatever it's called, Nameless. How do I not know the name of that card? Because it's 16 words. Sentinel of the Nameless City. It's kind of a worse Sentinel of the Nameless City in some ways. No? If you're playing black-green? Can't remember because it's nameless. It feels small ball for 2025, but maybe it's good. Yeah, that's the way I feel. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah, that's a good point. It's awful if there's no creatures in the yard, which is not necessarily trivial. Yeah, it's really kind of nothing to get excited about. Now, that's an interesting one. 6 mana. 6 mana saga. Destroy all creatures. Someone did mention the white 4 mana ally as a counter to that. Then choose a card name, then lobotomy, right? No, because you choose a card name. It's like whatever, that 2 mana artifact, except they don't get to draw if they have it in hand. Choose a card name, search target, opens graveyard, hand, library for up to 4 cards with that name. I guess you can choose basic lands too if you want to, really. Was that name, then exile them, then shuffle that player's library, and then the backside just wins you the game for the attack once, basically. 5 mana, menace, firebending free. When it deals common damage to a player, you may pay X. When you do, put any number of target creature cards with stolen mana value X or less from that player's graveyard on the battlefield under your control. So it's only their creatures, but you just destroyed a bunch of creatures. Cranial extraction effect. It's a win condition. Board sweeper, that's a win condition. It was good with Vestige too. It's like a board sweeper you can put into play with Vestige. That was kind of a cool synergy. But of course, if you watch my YouTube video, you already know that. Feral was the last 6 mana sweeper to play this Feral level. I think so. I think it's. I mean, unless every good creature deck has a way to like dodge the destroy all creatures, like ways to make your creatures indestructible or. I mean, you put that card in your deck, you don't have to play a win condition. I guess that's most control decks these days. You usually find a way to just win the game incidentally. Is the second phase relevant for standard? Sure. Makes it's really hard for opponent to win a long game if you take their most impactful late game card. It also means that it's a card that if you're playing a control mirror, they have to like maybe counter or deal with, even if it's not killing any creatures. It's a planeswalker that is a sweeper that's stubbed by Tidebinder. Yeah, it's a really good point. Yeah. I thought the Vestige thing was kind of cool. Yeah, maybe it's. I think you would at least play one in your black control decks if that's a thing. Maybe it'll be too bad against Tidebinder and too expensive, and you just have better win conditions. Kind of does a lot. Ruinous Waterbending. I guess it's not a meta definer at any rate. It's not like gonna make or break an archetype. Ruinous Waterbending. Black one lesson. The initial cost to cast the spell, you may waterbend 4. All creatures gets -/- until end of turn, so it's infest. If this additional cost was paid, whenever a creature dies this turn, you gain 1 life. I mean, infests have been usually pretty decent effects. There's good aggressive decks. That one's nothing special. Not having the exile stuff is probably rough against a lot of stuff, so probably not very good. Sold out black, 4 mana instant removal spell, exile target creature. If it was dealt damage this turn, create a clue token. So how would that even happen? Oh, you like chump it? You chump it was a 1/1, and then you kill it, and you turn your 1/1 into a clue. I mean, it's probably gonna be really good in limited. Trap, 3 mana, aura. Costs 1 less to cast if it targets a creature with flying. Enchant creature gets -5, -3. So 2 mana to kill a flyer, sorcery speed, 3 mana. Seems fine. Someone did mention that a lot of creatures have enter the battlefield's abilities or whatnot, so you don't want to just have a pile of removal and get 2 for 1 every time you kill a creature. Iceberg, yeah, thinks really good cards. I said that I've tried to play Oblivion Ring in my control decks before, and I was close to liking that card, and that one's like super push version of Oblivion Ring, and it's probably gonna be pretty decent. You can combo with your own cards and stuff. Just I don't know. I mean, it could also just be too mopey, just too expensive, and the upside not be high enough. But it looks like a decent card to me. The Tundra Tank. How did I miss that card? Black and 2 vehicle 4/4 firebending 1. When it enters, target creature control gains indestructible on the off turn and it cruise for 1. I mean, that's gonna kill people extremely fast. Looks like good limited card to me. Not sure if it's like good you never cut it from your deck or good like you're happy to first pick it. Not happy, but like decent first pick maybe. Wolfbat. Black and 2. 2/2 flying Wolfbat. I love the Wolfbat creature type Wolfbats. Flavor win. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you may pay black. If you do, return this card from a graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Huh. 2/2 flying for free is pretty underwhelming these days in limited. So that's to have like a decent ability for it to be good. Seems like a decent ability if you can loot it away, especially the first time, if you don't have to cast it. Is there a lot of there's a lot of things that lets you sack, that asks you to sack permanents? I know it only comes back once, but it's only 1 mana. That's really good if you can like get it in your bin incidentally and just at some point get it back for 1 mana. It's pretty nice. Zuko's Conviction. 1 black, instant kicker 4. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And I'm assuming if you pay the kicker, it goes into play. Tapped. 5 mana. I guess Rhino mentioned firebending, so that's a good way of using the extra mana. 5 mana instant. 5 mana, Zombify. The flexibility is kind of nice. With Scholar, like, you can either get back your big creature or just rebuy a Scholar. Seems probably too bad for Constructed, no? Conviction is the first instant speed raise dead, so Kicker makes it double gas. Does anyone think Zuko's Convictions? I don't know what the other cards is. There's literally Zombify in standard, right? It's kind of rough to pay 1 more mana. Being a split card to rebuy a male Cavero during step for only 1 is good. Yeah. I feel like that Sultai deck's gonna struggle. I feel like every color combo has good graveyard hate. Like green has the ooze and the free. Ally has the free black free mana cards. Like maybe some of the combo decks are gonna have Foggy Swim Vision in the main. I don't know. Plus, it's the kind of deck that once it's on people's radar, becomes probably really hard to win. Borcupine. All right, so for black we have maybe the Rise, but pre-drag kind of talked me out of it. The Airship, the Eagle don't seem like any. It's Pursuit really for me, and even Pursuit's like doesn't sound like people are sold. And maybe Foggy Swim Vision, and then Rock Rider sideboard, maybe main if you really need that ability. Not a ton to be super excited about. Boomy Bash. Oh. All right, couple decent commons, I guess. The Cave of Two Lovers. 4 mana. Create 2 1 white ally creature tokens. 2 search your mountain for a library for a mountain card or cave cards. Do they have caves in this set? Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle Earthbend free. It's a nice limited cards. Reminds me a bit of like Call of the Mountain Chocobo, whatever. Call of the Mountain Chocobo. Combustion Man. 4/6 for 5. Whenever it attacks, destroy target permanent unless its controller has Combustion Man. Deal damage to them equal to its power. 4/6 for 5. So basically they take 4 when it attacks. It's like almost double strike. Weird double strike. Seems like a good limited card to me. I'm trying to find like reasons to not like it, but did people just get wrecked or wreck people with a card? Just like two-shot people or yeah, it sounds like the worst that's gonna happen is you attack, they take 4, they have to double block it, you get a decent creature. I mean, I guess that's not the most exciting trades. You get to deal 4 damage, but then you're trading down. Enough lesson cards for combustion technique to win games. Let's see. Red and 1 instant lesson deals 2 plus number of lessons in your graveyard to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. I mean, probably is can the lesson deck ever beat a control deck? If you have like 8 dead removals cards, you have 4 techniques plus. I mean, maybe you don't have to play 4 and 4. The other one is the Firebending Lesson. It's a red, 2 damage to target creature. If the spell was kicked, it deals 5 damage to that creature instead. So it's like better burst lightning against creature, but obviously it doesn't go face. The listen alludes to bad removal away. What, the 4 mana one? I mean, it's not even worth it. Okay, the red shrine. 4 mana enters each shrine you control. No, enters. For each shrine you control, create a 1/1 monk with prowess. Or another shrine you control enters, create a monk. Yeah, I mean. White and red discard draw 2. Oh. Yeah. I mean, you gotta find a way to win the game against someone who's not playing a pile of creatures. Cunning Maneuver. Target creature gets +3/+1 until on turn. Create a clue token. Ooh, I like that. I like that for limited. Faded Firepower, triple red and X enchantment flash. X fire counters on it when it enters. The source you control would deal damage to an opponent or permanent. An opponent controls it deals that much damage plus an amount of animation equals the number of fire counters. So you want at least one counter on it. So it likes pretty good with Lava Darts in Modern, I guess. Seems way too expensive, but it's... Oh, it's the Firebending Sink, yeah. Has anyone had that card be good for them in limited? At the pre-release? The Faded Firepower? Four mana, instant speed, get 2 soldiers with Firebending 1, and then 9 mana flashback. So that's another Firebending Sink. And they like feed each other. Card seems pretty decent. I played against a guy who played it twice against me, and I beat him both games. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fire Nation Cadets. 1/2/4 red, human soldier. This creature has firebending 2 as long as there's a lesson card in your graveyard. 2, this creature gets +1/+0. Wow, just 1 lesson cards. I don't know, is that good enough for standards? Was that good for people in limited? That one drop is actually really bad. Doesn't sound like that much to get it going, but surprised you say it's really bad. Like I could see it being like underwhelming, but really bad. How bad can it be? Are all the lessons like uncommon? That one's uncommon. The shock's common, right? Yeah. It was okay against me the game they played it. I wonder if it could be good and constructed. I mean, it is like a Sol-Ring creature in your constructed deck now. You're pretty good at clearing the blockers. No room? Yeah, maybe like you already have Gran in these decks and whatnot, and it's like really bad top deck and underwhelming. Next best deck in standard mono red aggro is Fordos. Yeah, maybe. Fire Nation Raider. 4 mana, 4/2 raid. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, create a clue token. Well, that's gonna be my new favorite common. That and the Cunning Maneuver. I can see it already. 2/2 for 2, Fire Sages, Firebending 1. Put a counter on this creature. So you play it and you attack and you get a free right away, and you even have an extra mana to do something. I mean, it's kind of dangerous, right? If you sink a bunch of mana into that thing and they kill it, fall pretty far behind. Firebender Ascension. 2, I mean, these cards have been bad so far, right? The blue one and the white one, they look pretty bad. Red and 1, enchantment. When it enters, create a 2/2 red soldier creature token with firebending 1. I mean, that's already better, I feel, than the white one and the blue one. Whenever a creature you control attacking causes a triggered ability of that creature to trigger, put a quest counter on this enchantment, and if that's 4 more, copy it. You may copy it, the ability, you may choose new targets. I mean, that one I could see. Meh. It's probably still too bad. You like it, really? 2-2 for a too far bending one, I guess, not that bad. Like it does trigger off like the 1-2, right? Higher claw. It works with higher claw, right? 2-mana 2-2 is multiple upsides. So you go higher claw, you play that, you trigger higher claw, first counter, and turn 3 you attack. Free counters. Maybe if you have a haste creature with firebending. Yeah, I don't know. Is there another good one drop that triggers it in standards? Not gonna work with that 1-2. Mobilize Goblin. Okay. You have already the 2 good one drops that work with it. And the Harrier, that's already a natural good sync for the. Okay, yeah, you have 3 go one drops. That could be good, yeah. Yeah, Rhino, I never tried your red deck, sorry. I think we just ran out of time, really. That's kind of scary. Mono reds. Doesn't look like as scary as the old mono red stuff, but who knows. Alright, let's add Firebender to the list then. Firebender. What are they called? Hired Claw. Mobilized Goblin. Caveron Harrier. Firebending lesson. Shock for creatures was a lesson. Looks decent. Part of the lesson package. Firebending student, a red and 1. Human monk. 1-2 prowess, firebending X where its creature's power. Card seems push, doesn't have haste, but it also triggers Ascension. There's also like a turn-free combo kill, is a card that doubles the power. I guess I should just add it to the list. Did you have that card in your list? Doesn't strike me as broken. Could be the best 2-drop. What did I do? Really struggling to type. Optimistic Scavenger is a 1-drop. What's that? The one that pumps for enchantments? Not sure what your point is. Want to try an opera song questing druid deck with the student. Yeah, these are solid cards. I mean, the opera song is all sketch, but how to start a riot? Jeez, red and 2 instant lesson. Target creature gains mana on the left turn. Creatures target players can get +2/+. Hey, a riot. Red has a few token makers. I see you can cast with a firebend too. Era's Demonstration, 2 mana, sorcery lesson, 1 damage to each creature open controls, 4 damage to target creature. That feels more like a meta slash sideboard card than generic good cards. There's not that many 1 mana toughness creature. Deathskill Uro, Deathskill the Cub, Deathskill Elf plus the lands, that's airbends or earthbends. The Riot card has been great, yeah, we could see it. Jiong the Deserter, red and 2, human rebel ally, 2 free firebending 1. Exhaust free, put a +1/+1 counter on Jiong. When you next cast a lesson this turn, copy it. Yeah, I mean, that's more of a limited cards. Jet's Brainwashing. Red sorcery, target creature can't block this turn. Okay, pretty awful. And if it was kicked, so 4 mana if you kick it, gain control of that creature on the left turn, untap it and gains haste, create a clue token. Oh, so you get a clue token no matter what. 1 red, target creature, can't block, get a clue, but you need a target. And then after that, it's 4 mana Fredden, gives you a clue. It's pretty good. Sacking clue tokens, good way of spending your firebending mana too, right? You guys think that might be good in standard? I mean, these cards are only good in sag decks, right? Just in mono red, I mean. Yeah, stealing an Atraxar, why not? Hopefully you're just killing them and the clue doesn't matter. But yeah, it could add up. The last Agni Kai. A red and 1 instant. Target creature controls fights. Target creature an opponent controls. If the creature the opponent controls is dealt excess damage this way, add that much reds. Till end of turn, you don't lose unspent red mana at end step and phases. So you can kind of combine it with firebending to cast stuff in your second main. I mean, 2 mana fight card's pretty awful no matter what the upside is, but is that card playable? Doesn't strike me as playable at all, but I guess it's pretty nasty at killing an elf. But how big can your creature be early in the game to get extra mana? You're already overpaying for the removal. You're playing like 1 more mana almost. So you need to get 2 mana back. The Legend of Roku. 4 mana Saga. Exile the top 3 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Okay, so it's a bit like the White-Red Saga. Then 2 add 1 mana of any color. So you get an extra mana to play those cards. Or so you can play lands. And then what you get? 4/4, firebending 4. That basically you can get a dragon whenever it attacks and they like pop off. Pretty good. I mean, if you're not playing mono red, maybe you have better options at 4. I'm not even sure. That card seems really good. I think it was Free Drag was saying in blue red he likes that one better than the blue one. which makes sense. Better than Showdown? Would that be better than Showdown in like Boris Energy? Showdown is 4 or 5 cards. Showdown is 4 cards? Or is it 5 cards? Is a lot. 4? Uh, I'd guess Showdown's still better. I say Showdown is better. 1 more cards, impacts the board faster. Close one. I mean, Fable is cheaper, but Fable showed us that that body you get on the third takes a while to get there, but adds up. I don't know. Lightning Strike, okay. My Jaded Edge, a red and 1 legend creature, human noble, prowess, exhaust, double strike. Not a limited card. Mongoose Lizards, creature type Mongoose Lizard. That's the mountain cycling, 5/6 menace, deals 1 damage to any target. Okay. Alright, let's add the Legend of Roku as damn, is red just getting the most playable cards. Price of Freedoms, the new Cleansing Wildfire, red and 1 lesson, destroy target artifact or land, and open and controls. It controls may search your library for a basic land card, put it in battlefield tab, then shuffle, draw cards. How many basics did our ally deck have? 1, 2? Does the 1? I mean, that's like an easy adjustment to make. I guess you probably can afford more basics in that deck and still have good mana. Is Price of Freedom gonna have a meaningful impact in standards or even in modern? How is it different than Cleansing Wildfire? Why am I drawing a blank? I know it's artifacts, but the other, it's control may search tapped. Oh, it can't go after your own stuff, right? You can't ramp yourself, which is depends. Not always a big deal. People have just played Cleansing Wildfire as a sideboard card in like blue-red decks. It's not like decent artifact removal. I don't know if there's gonna be a lot of artifacts, but yeah, now you can have more consistency in your modern deck. You have 8 of that effect. Ran and Shaw. Red free dragon. Oh, someone played that against me in early access. 4/4 flying fire bending 2 when it enters. If you have Chasm and there are 3 or more dragon and or lesson cards in your graveyard, create a token. That's a copy, except it's not legendary, and then dragons you control get +2/+0. Holy text. I mean, free lesson slash dragon's easy in the lesson deck. Cleansing 8 cleansing warfare. Yeah, the one sheet deck could be blue red and not blue white. Or even Jessica, maybe. Yeah, I don't know about Rain and Shaw. Bacon says played in an early access draft was active on curve every time. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, in limited, sure, it's like probably a bomb. Like top, it could just be top 10 rares in limited, right? Might be like top 5 rares, maybe even. What about for standards? That one's kind of tough. 1 mana lesson. As an additional cost to cast this pay 5 life or 2 change the target of a target spell or ability with a single target. Is that 1 red mana misdirection? Is that good in standards or ability? Does that card just own or not really? Changes the target of Ophelia. It's probably not great though. Changing the wait, does that say triggered ability? What does it say? Change the target of target spell or ability. Pretty good against Solitude now. Better than answers. I mean, imagine they have like a Riddler or Flage out. I don't know. Obviously, it's pretty sketch against Teferi. Looks like a little narrow still. Change targets of Mirror Pool. Now you get an Armor Grazer. Nice. And Vintage. What about in Standards? I can maybe be good in a burn deck, some really aggressive deck that doesn't care about paying the 5 life. Sideboard, yeah, I don't know. Rough Rhino Cavalry. Having a rough time there, Rhino. 5 mana, 5/5, firebending 2, exhaust 8, but 2, wow. So medium. Oh, Prism Meko asking me, I don't know. Sorry. Thanks for the bits, Rhino. Appreciate it. And Kenza? And Onos? I think Onos, I think. Kenza, did I see a resub? Was it when I was gone? XDD? Maybe I just missed it. Kenza, thanks for the 45 months. Alright, where were we? Sorry about that break. Falsest Revelations. Another lesson. 3 mana instant exile cards from the top of your library until you hit a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than the number of mountains you control. Okay, so that's part of the cycle of basic land types. If you don't cast that card this way, put it into your hand. So it kind of works with Cascade cards, except you need to get really lucky and hit the actual Cascade cards. Yeah, Cascadelli is asking, is there no consistent way to put rhinos on top of the library in Modern? Or balance her living ends? I mean, it could be good enough. Like, at least it doesn't have the deck building restriction of Cascades. Flashback 7 is a lot. Just got lucky. Brain Surge, Jace. Unban Mystic Sanctuary, Brainstorm. You could play it as a second enabler with Electro Dominance. Just Mono Red Cascade. Guess you don't even have to be Mono Red, you can play dual lands. Hmm. What about Creativity? Because Creativity cares about playing all mountains already. So like 3 mana, draw cards. With Flashback, and then if you get lucky, you get to put a Fable in play. Like that's best case scenario on turn 3, put a Fable. Do they work with Bramble Familiar and Standard? I think it does. Sounds awful, not gonna lie, yeah. Alright, let's move on. Maybe Bramble Familiar, but yeah. As always, if you break any of these cards for Standard or Standard in general, feel free to slide in the DMs. And I'll make sure to credit you when I win Worlds. Maybe even send you some money. Southern's Comet, 5 mana sorcery. Oh, you're qualified for a wall, Skelby? Well, good luck. Oh, look, maybe you'll win. I'll get second, and you get credit for my second place. You basically get first and second place. 4 Oracle, 4 Revelation, Thassa's Oracle, and 55 Mountains. Exile cards onto. Wow, okay. There's 2 invites. Yeah, but I accept it's Worlds next year, so. Oh, now it's a president. Sorry, one sec. All right. Président Macron, yeah. Sultan's Comet, 5 mana. Each creature you control gains Firebending 5 until end of turn. That's a lot of mana. Foretell for free. So you can pay 2 then pay free. Yeah, I don't know. Nice mythic. After mocking up part of an ally's deck yesterday, I think it could be very good in standard. Anyone else try it yet? Tried it during early access, but not a ton. I think I actually lost both games I played with it, and one was the mirror, so. I don't know, we'll find out soon enough. Find out very soon. Tiger Dillo, 4-3 for 2, can't attack or block unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater. Doesn't seem that great. Treetop Freedom Fighters. 2-1 for free haste. When this creature anti-X, get an ally. So another one that makes 2 allies for free mana. It's pretty good for limited. Twin Blades. Flash. Free mana when this enters, attach it to your creature you control. Gains double strike until end of turn. This is a nice trick. +1/+1. Double strike until end of turn. Oh, but then it's only +1/+1. It could still be good. I mean, you're almost always killing the blocker. Sometimes just trading. Bender Cleave, nice. T-Light, Artful Acrobat. 3-2 for red and 2. Prowess when it attacks, you may pay 1 when you do. Target creature can't block this turn. Okay. Another limited card, War Balloon. Or free flying, you have to pay 3 mana to make it a permanent creature or crew free. Seems fine and limited too. How do you say the name? TLI is crazy? What? TLA, isn't that what I said? Wartime Protester. Oh, that's the ally one. 4/4/4 haste. Ally. Whenever another ally you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and it gains haste until end of turn. So that's the one we had in our deck. But I think I ended up losing to. I like played a couple and didn't kill my opponents fast enough, and then can't remember what I lost to, but that was the 4-drop we were playing over the Earth King or whatever, and more Hakodas. But I'm not super sold. Why, Gab? What's going on? What am I missing? Thought I was muted for a while still. What did I mispronounce? Yuyon Archers. 3-1 for 2 reach. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Well, that one has pretty nice stats. I mean, 1 toughness is bad and limited, but good blocker. Did he? Are these cards just usually 2/2 for 2? I said TLI instead of Tiley, my bad. Alright, I mean, the archers could be good and constructed if the free one reach body lines up really well with what you're trying to block. FOMO exists. I mean, this is arguably better than FOMO if you're playing like a defensive deck. It's kind of a stretch, but FOMO can be a pretty bad blocker, whereas the extra power and the reach could be really nice. Zhao the Moonslayer. I mean, it's a huge stretch, but you never know. Zhao the Moonslayer, red and 1, 2/2 menace, non-basic lands enter step, 7 mana, put a Conqueror counter on Zhao. As long as Zhao has Conqueror counter on him, non-basic lands are mounted. So you turn it into a Magus of the Moon, basically. I was kind of hating on that card, and it's a legend. And I think that 2/2/4/2 in an aggressive deck is like not enough pressure, even if you're slowing down your opponent. I mean, maybe that card's just like Mai, right? You play like 1 or 2 main, and then maybe a third one in the sideboard, and it's still like not that impressive to me, but maybe I'll just be losing to that card a lot. Zuko Exile Prince. 4 mana, 4 free, firebending free, exile the top card of Lyrie, you may play that card this turn. Oh. So that one's a bit like the black one, right? The black one draws you a card and loses you a life. They're both 4 free for 4. The Zula, firebending 2, attack, lose 1 life, and get a clue. That ability is like much, much better, right? I mean, I guess you don't lose the life. Also, you get an extra mana if you want to do other things. I guess that's one you can activate multiple times a turn, actually. Never mind. And you can activate it without having to attack. Pretty nice. Probably better overall then. It's probably close. The other one's like more flexible? Not even? Maybe a bit more flexible, less variance. This one's more powerful. Allies at last. Alright, so for reds, what do we really like? The lessons? The legends? Legend better or worse than Raw in the blue-red decks? Or in a blue-red lesson deck? Probably also worse than Raw, no? Specifically in blue-reds. I feel like I'll lose to the Raw Ultimate a decent bit too. Firebending Ascension, Firebending Student. Alright, green. Last Scholar. Allies at last. Affinity for allies. Up to 2 target creature you control each deal damage equal to their power to target creature and opening. Oh, ally got a good removal spell too? And it's white-green if you want to keep it easy on the mana and actually cast that white spell too, maybe. I mean, I can definitely see allies needing a removal spell to win the mirrors against the green decks, right? Kill an Uro. I mean, that's game-winning. 1 mana to kill a 4 mana creature. That's like so nasty. What's the mana cost? I mean, basically 1 green. Avatar Destiny. 4 mana aura. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard and is an avatar in addition to its other types. Okay, when it dies, mail cards equal to its power. Return this card to its owner's hand up and up to 1 creature card mail this way to the battlefield. Okay, you enchant your creature, it becomes large. And then if it dies, or if you like sack it, you get back the creature, you lose the aura, you reanimate a creature. Or you have to get lucky on the creatures you mill. Sounds like a lot to go wrong. Oh, it's the aura you get back. I'm silly. I was thinking it was a creature that was enchanted. Return discard, yeah. No. Does that change anything? You get to do it every turn until you get lucky. You need to self-mill a bunch. You probably need to have like a sack ability, but you want to sack your huge creature. That card's just too weird. Badger Mole. Yeah, I don't unless someone thinks that card is good for some reason. Alright, Badger Mole Cub. 2/2/4/2. When this creature enters Earth, then 1. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green. I'm assuming everyone knows of that card, and the card's just obviously really good. I don't know if there's much to say. Yeah, that blue-green aggressive deck was already one of the best decks. You're already playing Elf and Gene Pollinator. You can even like get a fast Creator Hoof into play if you're trying to get lucky. I don't know if that's going to be the optimal build, but Cub could just be the best card in the set. What could be close so far for standards? I mean, I guess ally package, lesson package, pursuit, copium, and the iceberg, copium, you know. More exciting conversation about Cub is modern, really? I think the standard one's probably way more relevant. Way more likely to be impactful in standard than it is in modern now. Will the Cub end up banned? I doubt it. I will say, like, if you kill it, them having a 1/1 Earth ban doesn't feel like super meaningful. Like, if they play a Cub, probably they can get value right away with their Elf, so they can do silly things, but there's a lot of 1-mana spells, obviously, that kill the Cub in standard, so it's not always going to feel bad, but you need to have the answer pretty fast. They also need to draw the payoff. You could just floods. I don't know what it's taking the place of, but maybe I'm just biased because the one game I played, they just went bunch of elves, double Cub, and then I just played the 4-mana Grixis Azula, and they didn't kill me, and then I untapped and won the game. But that's probably a pretty bad argument. Just one game where they didn't draw a payoff, and Ultima kills the land forever. I think so, yeah. Legacy Maverick list, sure. Yeah, it's Sack's ability. That's how I'll die to Crater Hoof. That's how you can cast Crater Hoof is drawing 2. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very good card. Was really almost no downside if you're playing elves. Probably gonna be the deck to beat. Probably gonna be like mono green, blue green, Uro, Cub. Like 4 Elf, 4 Cups, 4 Uro, 4 Pollinator. 44 other cards. The Boulder Ready to Rumble. 4 mana, 4/4 legend, human horror performer. Whenever it attacks Earthbend X, raise the number of creatures you control a star for a greater. Okay. Boomy King of Free Trials. Another 6 mana, 4/4 uncommon. Works with lesson in your graveyards. So if you have 3 lessons, you get all 3. You get a 7/7. You get to Scry free and you get to Earthbend free. Then you have the lesson that's a Harrow, a worse Harrow. You sack a land, but you get them tapped. You get 2 basics tapped. Doesn't seem like the greatest cards. Diligent Zookeeper. 4 mana, 4/4. Each non-human creature you control gets +1/+1 for each of its creature tapped to a maximum of 10. I lost that card in Imperial Ace. I think those kill me really fast. I don't know if that card's supposed to be good, but I lost to a bunch of giant monsters. It was maybe when I was playing the blue-black deck, though. I can't remember which game it was. You can sack an Earthbender, right? Oh, okay, yeah. That's a cool combo. Does it combo with Shapeshifter? I'm assuming not. Gray was Momo and Animals. Yeah, maybe that's why my opponent played. I mean, I doubt you can build your deck around that, but you never know. The Earth King. 4 mana, 2/2, human noble ally. When it enters, you get a 4/4 bear. It's a legend. Whenever one or more creatures you control is fired 4 greater attacks, search your library for up to that many basic land cards, put it on the battlefield tab, then shuffle. Yeah, I mean, that card could be good, and maybe straight white-green ally is going to be the way to go. That's good value, and then the ramp helps you cast X spell for a lot. Maybe you don't bother with other color, and then you get to play the allies at last card. That might be more important than having access to all the allies, or maybe you just play Bant. That card could just be good in like, yeah. Card's kind of nice was... What's it called? Isn't that card good with the vehicle? You search twice when it attacks. Yeah, it's a nice curve into the wagon, right? It's also just 6/6 power for like blocks well too. For the creature ally can be as many color as you want now. Yeah, but then you can't cast spells. You can't reality cast. Look. Allies had 4 Cavern, 4 Jasmine Tea. Oh, it has 4 Passage. Jasmine Tea, Jasmine. So I guess it did still have like 2, 6, 10 plus guides. So the green spell is probably castable. The double white X spell is probably a little more of a stretch. Also, this list only has 1 basic in it. Earth Kingdom General. Okay, I guess the Earth King should make the list for sure. And not just for allies, maybe. Alright, this is a bunch of limit stuff, kind of off it. Someone played the Earthbender Ascension against me. 3 mana, enchantment. When it enters Earthbend 2, then search your library for a basic land card tapped into play shuffle. So expensive rampant growth, but you get an earthbend creature. Whenever a land you control enters, put a quest count. Oh, it's a quest cycle. When you do, I'm just gonna assume it's bad because it's a quest cycle. At least it does something like the red one. I guess the red one was pretty good. Still seems quite bad, right? Not enough value. Earth and ally, just decent ally 1-drop. Oh, the teachings. 5 mana less than rare. Instant. 5 mana instant. Search value for up to 4 lands with different names and reveal them. Open and choose so discard, put the chosen card into your graveyard and the rest onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. Is that good in Titan? What's Canister? I'm sure people have asked him a million times about that card. Like any card that looks like it's remotely playable in Titan. You probably said it's trash. Or did he not? Is it like just a much worse Scapeship, basically, right? Why would this not be a Scapeship? Yeah, I'm just silly. I mean, I guess this does something. This is arguably better than Scapeship if you don't have an untapped thing in play. But yeah. Flopsy Bummy's Buddy. 6 mana or, yeah, 6 mana 4/4. When it enters, put +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Each creature you control with fire 4 greater can't be blocked by more than one creature. Not a good ally. Each land and ally you control. Lands, you're right. Whenever another ally you control enters, Earthbend 1. Seems not great. We're not great in circuit at least. Could be a good limited one too. 5 mana mini overrun, and then you draw some cards. Seems pretty good. Might be better than pretty good. Might be like you only draw 1 card max, but seems like you're guaranteed to draw a card if you're curving out. And once it cycles and you got the boost, and probably not that hard to keep going. Put your opponent in really tough spots. Anyone play with that card in pre-release? Anyone like snowball that card to victory a bunch? Teachings was Dark Depths and stuff. Yeah, I could see that. 5 mana is a lot. Very good and limited. I think it looks good, but I was hoping for some actual like practice, not theory. Because there's also the token makers, right? There's a bunch of ally token makers. The Green Shrine, 4 mana. Zeta says it was decent, mostly as an overrun more than anything else. Okay. Yoshi Island Plaza, 4 mana shrine. I was kind of hoping the shrines would be 3 mana so you could United Battlefront them into play. You had X basic lands. Yeah, pretty trash. Nami played a shrine deck in early access. Oh, in limited, yeah. No, in limited they could be good for sure.
Wow.
Hey Victor, thanks for the 5-year of tier 1. Happy anniversary to us. Wow, indeed. Limited resource, give it an abysmal rating. What, invasion tactics? Or the shrines. Leaves from the Vine, green and 1 saga uncommon, mail free cards and create a food token. So there's a bunch of ways to use your extra artifacts lying around, especially if you're like black, I think. Yeah, 1 food token, 1+1/+1 counter on each up to 2 target creature control. I mean, that's hard to do, right? You technically... I mean, if you go 1-drop into that, you can never get it on 2 creatures. What? That's so weird. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 targets. Yeah, that's so bizarre. Kind of feels bad when you have a 2-mana card that you can't really play on 2. Yeah, not a turn to play, but draw a card if there's a creature or lesson card in your graveyards. Still pretty good, I guess. You get a food, you get maybe a counter, and then you get to cycle it. Self-mail. Might even... I mean, the stars would have to line up, but maybe there's some standard deck that wants that effect specifically. A deck that needs the foods, needs the self-mail, cantrips. I don't know, seems like all pretty underwhelming for constructed. Both the shrines in limited and the tactics. Doesn't seem that bad to me. The Legend of Kyoshi. Alright, let's see if the green one's any good. 6 mana. Draw cards equal to the greatest power amongst creature you control. Okay. 2. Earthbend X for X is the number of cards in your hand. That one becomes an island in addition to its other types. Okay. I mean, 6 mana. Is that the best payoff green can do? Lands you control have trample and hexproof. Tap X mana. I mean, the creature is not good, right? Compared to the others, it's like kind of do nothing. A lot of mana. I mean, you have drawn a lot of cards. Now you get a lot of mana to cast all your cards. I mean, that's not what the green decks are doing in standards. It becomes more acceptable with the Cub, I guess. Easier to get to 6 mana. Awful? I mean, it's probably not awful. It's probably fine, but probably not what you want. Origin of Metal Bending. Ooh, new Naturalize. Lesson, choose one, destroy target artifact or enchantment, put a +1/+1 counter on target you control, and gain indestructible at the end of turn. Okay. It's pretty solid. The Legend one. Rookies played a banned ally deck with this, and it was absurdly strong, the Legend one. Alright, the Legend. I was looking at a legendary creature, I'm silly. At the top end, an ally. Yeah, I mean, you can add this at the top end of ally, of your Cub decks. It's gonna look good sometimes. Okay, so they made one of these cards. Last time it was a 2/3 for free, and if you break, you got a treasure. This time it's a free one for free, and if you break it, it's a 4/2. You have the choice. Reach untapped. I think it's a reprint. Card could be okay. 2/1 for 2, add a green. If you control a creature is 4 power greater, add 2. Raucous Audience. Huh. Whatever, that card was good for people. You ramp into a 4 mana 4/4, and then you ramp into a 6-drop. Seems like it could be really silly. Seems like it could be really, really silly draws with the Raucous Audience. There's that 6 mana uncommon. There's a 4 mana 4/3. Not the greatest card though. Any good mana 4/3s? 2 mana, 2/2 Earthbend 2. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature and you gain that much life. Meh. It's good into the Earth King, I guess. Badgermole is 5 mana. That thing. I mean, a lot of the uncommons are like 4/4/4/4. Or 6/6. Oh, Earthbending Works was a common lesson. That's pretty solid too. Did anyone win or lose badly because of the audience just like 4 mana 4/4 into 4 mana 6 or like 6 mana 4/4? Just insane curve. Rebellious Captives. 2/2/4/2, exhaust 6. Put 2 counters on it, then Earthbend 2. Rockalanche. Oh, that's a force payoff. Earthbend X, where X is a number of force you control. Flashback 6. Hmm. The force cycling is a 7/7 reach. 1 mana green lesson. Oh yeah, it's a 1 mana green lesson that you can't cast on turn 1. Well, you can if you feel lucky. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of lands you control. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. That thing seems kind of unplayable. Shared Roots, green and 1 lesson. Rampant Growth. They finally gave us Rampant Growth in Standard. I thought they had kind of a rule, like, to not put Rampant Growth in Standard. I wonder what happened. Felt like it was because they haven't given us like a Rampant Growth in years. Into the core, I mean, that card was unplayable though. I wonder if Rampant Growth will have an impact. We had that one list someone gave me. It was Belfa or I forget Balfa. Had a couple. Was no other lessons. Yeah, true. We didn't have Liner Ralph for a long time. And 4 mana Rafts, yeah, that's a good point. It just shifted. 1/2, 1 free defender, mill a card. You may put a land card, mill this way into your hand. You gain 2 life if a lesson card is milled. Man, that would have been like almost constructed playable back in the day. Just great value. 1 free defender, mill a card. So it draws you a card if you hit land or lesson? Oh no, you can't put the lesson in your hand. You get the card if it's a land, and gain 2 life if it's a lesson. Yeah, it's Sinbad. Turns on Delirium, yeah. It is 2 types. Tough, the Blind Bandits. There's been 2, da-da-da. It's pretty hard, but whatever. Regress for permanence, and you get a clue token. Seems very marginal value for that kind of cards. The turtle duck. Oh, someone mentioned the duck earlier, said it was good, I think. 1 green turtle bird, 0/4 free until end of turn. This creature has base power 4 and gains trample. So that works with firebending. Busted for limited. The lesson. Oh, in limited. Busted? That good? Turtle duck, maybe specifically in red green. Or maybe black has a few firebending cards. Unlucky Cabbage Merchant. 2/2/4/2, you get a food. When you sack a food, you may search your area for a basic land and put it into the battlefield tapped. If you search your library this way, put this creature onto the bottom of the library. There was Goose, you can go Goose into the Merchant. You get a food. You sag the food to the goose, you make a mana, you get a land tapped, build your own rampant growth. I think it's very strong and limited. Okay. I don't see it, but I mean, playable, very strong, really. Can you hold priority to sack 2 foods and search 2? Maybe. I mean, it doesn't say, it's not like a trade you're doing. Yeah, I agree, should work. Yeah, it works. Can you sack 4 food at once? I don't know. I mean, with cat, I think it's good in the cat oven. Play with Osmo. The wheels, no, I'm just staring blankly at chat, like hoping someone comes up with a broken sequencing. Could be good in Pioneer. Our beloved Pioneer. All right. We have a lot of cards. What time is it? 5:45? It's not that many gold cards, right? Maybe I'll just try and finish today. So for green, for constructed, besides the Cub, the Earth King, maybe Shared Roots. The allies, obviously. Guess I'll add Shared Roots. Show some respect, but probably nothing special. Worse than a basic land. But I have Great Ascension. Looks pretty bad. Not as bad as the blue one, but I think that card's just bad, right? Yeah, Algor, welcome to the chat. What do you think about Talk Cameroon Fields with sacrifice was Earthband of them building? Maybe. Dude, please. What do you think about I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you make a real sentence? Yeah. Like I'm not even being like bad faith. I'm honestly not sure. Plus you mentioned Belcher at the end, which no one plays right now, like completely fill up the map in modern, so not even very relevant. Aang at the Crossroads. 5 mana band, free avatar ally, human, flying. When it enters, look at the top 5 of your library. You may put a creature card with mana value 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom. When another creature control leaves the battlefield. We didn't put. Why didn't we put that card? We just decided 5 mana was too many. That's a lot of value, especially with the band giving you double trigger. I'm surprised we didn't even bother. Yeah, it does seem like pretty legit. Top 5 cards for the creature. said it was only a limited card. If you miss, you're not gonna miss, right? It's like you can't miss. You basically can't miss. I mean, you could get a 1-drop though. You can get pretty low impact cards, I guess. Sacrifice Troker land was Phantom, was Earthbend on a land getting 2 basics. Yeah, but how'd you get Earthbend on it in a timely manner? Sounds way too bad for Modern. Alright, at any rate, Aang is not anything special. That could be good. Alright, the real Aang. Swift Savior. Blue, white, and 1. Legend, ally, human. Flash, flying. When it enters, urban of 1 other target creature or spell. And then 8 water bands transform Aang into a 5/5 reach trample. When it attacks, put a counter. +1/+1 counter on each attack creature control. Even Interrupter? Yeah, I mean, worse than Interrupter with some things, better in other spots. Flexible. We had it in the Allies deck, but there's a lot of competition, and the Flash part's not as interesting in Allies as it is in, like, dedicated Flash deck. I mean, people are gonna try it a lot. I'm not sure how broken it is. If it's like more role player or more like gonna be too good for standard kind of a thing. Role player like a spell queller. Because I felt like I beat a bunch of these decks in early access and I wasn't doing like anything too special. They don't stag very well. All right, it's gonna make the list, obviously. Not a bad ephemerate target. You can save your own creatures too. It's really annoying, I guess. Dust stack was Interrupter, yeah. And then the infinite combo, yeah. We mentioned that. Was Ascension? Or was it two? What's the Ascension combo? The art's pretty funny. The white, oh, you need 4 counters on it? Yeah, it's pretty ambitious. That's not going to be playable. Yeah, Duck Orlock is more reasonable combo. I lost to that, actually. And it was not win more. It was a spot where if I untapped, I had a chance of winning. You don't need counters. Oh. But how much mana do you need then? I don't get it. Well, if you have Duck and play an Appa, you don't need that, right? You don't need the Ascension? I don't get it. Hey Pete. Oh, Ascension is just another Ing? Is it though? Alright, let's move on. Abandon attachments. Hybrid blue-red. Listen, you may discard a card if you do draw 2 cards. Yeah, I mean, that probably makes the cut, right? In these Lessons deck. Aeronomad Legacy. I haven't seen that card. 2 mana, blue-white. When it's transfers, create a clue token. Creature you control is flying at +1/+1. It's a nice card for limited. Is there a lot of flyers in limited? Blue white, some. I mean, it is a flying flower, but there's not that many, right? Wasn't that many flyers, I feel. It's nice with water ban, I guess. You get an extra permanent. Blue white is flyers. Avatar Ing. Omnath Ing. Omning. 4/4 flying firebending 2. Whenever you waterbend, earthbend, firebend, or airbend, draw a card. Then if you have done all 4 this turn, transform. 6/6 flying. Your spells are kind of free. This can reduce generic costs. Omissions. At the beginning of each upkeep, you may transform Aang, Mesmeralda, what if you just trigger it once? Literally, if it attacks, you draw? And it's an ally? Is that one good enough for constructed? Are you doing any bending besides the fire bending? I mean, he air bends and water bends technically, so you're just missing earth bend. And then you have that guy to earthbend, so technically you can do it. Alright, Azula Cunning Usurper. 5 mana, Demir, 4/4, Firebending 2. When it enters, target open and exiles a non-token creature they control. Then to exile a non-land card from their graveyard. During your turns, you may cast cards exiled with Azula, and you may cast them as though they had flash. Mana of any type can be spent to cast a spell. I played with that card. It was good. I don't know. Pretty pushed. Speaking of like wing cons that are also removal, impact the board and whatnot. I think that card's pretty legit. The body's like blocks pretty well against the green decks. Good point. I'm not sure if you can cast them if you don't have that card in play. I want to say no, even if it doesn't mention it needs to be in play. It is a separate ability. Okay, yeah, so it has to be in play. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, like, that was a, like, take on 4-color that someone shared was the kind of the defeat deck was just the new Azulas and had like a rise. There's that card Azaya that we didn't draw. That card was good for me. The 1 or 2 times I cast it, just didn't die, and then you untap and win the game. I mean, I feel like I'd rather against a green deck, I'd rather cast Azula than Shiko. Maybe not. You get a Helix. You get to Gelos and Uro. I mean, Azula just does more when you untap with it, like way more. Also, Azula is blue-black, Shiko is Jeskai, obviously, so maybe just straight blue-black deck or whatever. Just any mid-range file with Azula top of the curve kind of a thing. It's also another one that curves into Jeskai Revelation. Both Azulas curve into Jeskai Revelation. I guess I'll add that card to the list. I feel like it's strong. Beifeng's Bounty Hunter, that's... Is it anything but a combo card, or whenever a non-land creature you control dies, Earthbend X for X is that creature's power? I mean, it's good against sweepers, I guess. So for those of you... Who's calling me now? Sorry, it's my mom. You answer all. You all answer your phone. What? So yeah, that's a combo deck. Sorry. You need Beifong. You need a sack creature like Zealot or Bartolome. You need a Bloodghast, and then you need a ping lands. So you sag the Bloodghast. You make the lands an Earthbend, then you sag the Earthbended land. It comes back into play. It deals 1 damage. It brings back Bloodghast. You sag Bloodghast. You turn your land into Earthbend, etc., etc. It's like infinite damage and some speeds. And then you have a reasonable, like, I don't know about reasonable, but you have a very mediocre creature deck. Played a couple of games. I think we won both games, but the combo was kind of slow to get put together. We'll see. Could be fine. Scavengers. I feel like you don't need talent, and it's like not really adding much to the deck, but maybe. Bitter work. Whenever you attack a player with 1 or more creatures with power 4 greater, draw cards. And then it gives you a 4/4. That card seems nice and limited. What about constructed? Probably not. Boomy Unleashed. Yeah, that one's we talked about it on the podcast because someone mentioned it last time. That one's a lot of value, right? 5/4 trampled for 5. When it enters, you Earthbend 4. And then it deals a lot of damage. You get an extra attack step. You get to untap all your lands. It's an ally. Is it better than like Bant Aang if you want to have 5 mana cards? They kind of the same thing a bit, like two bodies and then some other upside. Not a bad card to curve into a Scub too. That's really a lot of mana. Might be unnecessary though. Cruel Administrator, 5 mana. So what's the deal with gold cards in limited? Does every color combo has one gold uncommon? Looks like it. And then every color combo also has a gold hybrid card. Ten card cycle of hybrid commons and also uncommons and gold uncommons. Damn. Endless possibilities. Like they're mostly limited cards. Earth King Lieutenant. We talked about that one. Abby even said that it was the most impactful one, the most important one of all the allies. I was thinking it was the Voyager that draws you cards and gains you life. Fire Lord Azula, already talked about that one. Maybe you just played Grixis was the 2 Azula as your top end. Is there a real concern with Badger Mole Cub and the end or Diddley cover up? Sorry if that was addressed. No, we didn't really mention end or cover up as an answer. Cover up works on the Lancia. I mean, you also have Ultima. I don't know, yeah. Feel like the kind of card that you need to respect, or else you're just gonna lose to it. Whether it's like 1 mana removal spells or, I mean, blue green has access to counter spells. You know. Fire Lord Zuko. Firebending X, where X is Firelord Zuko's power. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, and whenever a opponent you control enters from exile, you may put X on each creature you control. Too much text. Seems like mainly an issue for mono green. I mean, if you like that's one of the most played standard decks. 4 Pollinator, 4 Elves, curves into Uro and Riddler sometimes. Jackal Genius Genesis is pretty nice in it, so that deck gets the Cub. Pretty nice. Just free great upgrades. What would be the cut from this deck? You just got the random spells. Got random Tivar. Not sure. Only one Veil. I don't know. These cards are always like awkward. Two for that gets you a lesson, a saga, or a shrine. It's pretty cool. Trying to see if any of them are constructed playable. Doesn't look like it so far. Made that one mana dork. 2 free for a blue and a green ally. I mean, I guess green ally already has a great mana dork. Hero Grand Lotus. 5 mana 6. 5/5 for 6. During your turn, each nonetheless an instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. During your turn, each lesson card in your graveyard has flashback 1. I mean, Breezeball top end for the lesson deck, Temur lesson, but I guess they're different colors than those Zulas. Commander cards? Yeah, probably. St. Louis Grand. Oh, wow. Grand makes that kind of legit. You had both to live. She assembled that and Grand in limited. Must be nice. I wrote Team Master. That card was really good. White, red, and 1, 2/2, legend ally. When it enters, you get a food token. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have target open and gain control of target turn you control. So you can just give that food token. When you do create a 1/1 white ally creature token, put a +1/+1 counter on that token for each permanent you own that your opponent controls. So, Iroh meme deck. We played it, and it was honestly the most impressive deck I tried. I feel like that deck's really legit. You can give Seamrip, you can give Nowhere to Run. You can give the food token, you can give Greed's Gambit, and then pack down the line, and yeah, it was just really, really good. You're gonna be probably pretty good against the green decks because you have really cheap removal. I think maybe Pursuit could help you in grindy matchups, and then you're playing black, so you can play Duress and whatnot against control decks. I think that deck could be really good. Then you play Gambit. Yeah, you don't even really need to play the Pact. Honestly. Maybe you don't play Pact at all and don't play Harmless Offering at all. Yeah, I mean, limited. I think it was Scantus saying you just like you give the food and then you give a land every turn and you just kill them. Yeah, limited bomb probably. So yeah, I think that deck's pretty real. Zuko was good too. Just engine and also kind of combos was Team Master. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm gonna add that card to the list. Is that the first gold card besides allies? Like, oh, we had the Zulus too. Yeah, Zuko could be good in any type of Rakdos deck, I agree. I'm not sure it's playable without ways to like sack it or give it or whatnot, but maybe. Jet Freedom Fighter. Tara the Fearless, decent ally. Tara Water, Tribe's Hope. 5 mana, blue, white, free vigilance. When it enters, create a white ally token, okay? Waterbend X, creature you control at base power and toughness X until end of turn, X can be 0. Okay, I mean, that card, you play it on tap and probably kill your opponent if you have a few creatures in play. Probably worse than the other 5 drops. The Lion Turtle. 3/6 for free Vigilance Reach. When it enters, you gain free life. Can't attack or block unless there are 3 or more lessons in your graveyard. Add 1 mana of any color. What? Isn't that card really good? in the lesson deck? Like, I didn't see that cards. Free Life and Ramsey, welcome back to yeah, it's Uro casting cost. For more lessons, it really isn't. I mean, your whole deck is lessons if you're playing that deck. And it's still like a mana rock, even if it can't attack or block. It is legendary, so I guess you play 1 or 2 max. The first one seems pretty nice. Oh, sorry, I'm hiding the mana cost. It also just doesn't die to Seam Rape, Nowhere to Run, Torch. It doesn't die to a lot of the removal people are playing. A few lessons. I mean, I was saying you at least need 12 for Ancestral and stuff. What do you do, like... But they're kind of good. You don't mind playing them. I mean, 4 shocks, 4 combustion, 4 boomerang basics, 4 ancestral recall, right? That's the 16 less. That's the 16 good ones if you're expecting to play against creature decks. Then there's like demonstration. There's press of freedom. There's rampant growth. They really like didn't mess around. They made ally like they pushed the allies, they pushed the lessons. Why not? I mean, that's what we want, right? Oh yeah, attachment, whatever, is really nice. That lets you get 2 lessons in the graveyard. So I mean, in theory, you can go lesson turn 1, turn 2, 2 lessons, and then turn 3, you've got your free 6 blocker. Yeah, they really did cook, yeah. They were inspired. That was the card I had in my deck. I didn't draw it though. 6 mana. Ozai the Phoenix King. 6 mana Rakdos, Human Noble, 7/7. Trample, Fire Bending 4 and haste. If you would lose unspent mana, it becomes red instead, so you get to keep it. Ozai has Flying Indestructible as long as you have 6 or more unspent mana. So it's just a giant dum-dum. I'm gonna assume giant dum-dum is bad, but you never know. Monkey. Oh no, so human advisor ally. A 0-free legendary looter. And then 1 sack, tap sack. Return target instant or sorcery card from your to your hand. Activate only during your turn. Sandbender Scavengers. 1/1 for a black and white human rogue. Whenever you sack another permanent, put a counter on this creature. Okay. It's hard. When this creature dies, you may exile it. When you do, return target creature card with mana values. Dude, that card's really good. Huh. The white-black sack deck could probably use another good too. Is it better than the one from the last set, the rare white-black 2-drop, Vigilance Menace and whatnot? Scavengers is the other black-white Sephiroth sauce from this set alongside the Pursuits. Yeah? Serve on them, yeah. Yeah, that one's not legendary. Might still be like underpowered compared to everything else. Still doesn't feel like good enough, too much setup, etc. The humans, yeah, look, he's piloting. Alright, SoCap Bold Boomeranger. 1/1 for blue reds. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. Whenever you cast an artifact or a lesson spell, put a counter on it. I mean, that card's pretty solid in the lesson deck, too. Is that card good in Affinity and Modern? Another Mox Amber cards. Yeah, and is it Codron? Yeah. Should I add Soka and Scavengers to the list? Plate was what? So many Sokas. Tenacious Tactician. Huh. I mean, obviously, I saw a little warning bell go off when I saw that. I was like, it's not coincidence I didn't say whatever you were trying to get me to say. I thought that was what it was, but I was like, I didn't have to read that Cuskadeli was that kind of chatter. I'll be careful. I'll know now. Your only problem was UB sets is how many legendaries we get. Is that a problem? Legendaries makes for like interesting deck building decisions, no? How do I feel about one in standard? Nothing special. In modern, we'll see. Excited to try it out. All right, should Scavengers and Soka make the list, or are they just two mids? Yeah, standard control, especially if you're willing to play like 3 or 4 colors. You think so? I think Scavenger's pretty sketch just because white black is feel like it's never gonna be a thing. Soka seems like solid role player, maybe. Downside of Soka is it actually does die to all the cheap removal stuff as opposed to that free 6 turtle. But yeah, at least you get to discard them to each other and you get to play 4 and build around. Tools of War, speaking of white-black mid, white-black enchantment, when it enters, you get a clue token. I mean, compared to Obsessive Pursuit, Whenever you sack a permanent during your turn, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. This ability triggers only once. I mean, it's like so small ball and like everyone else doing like way more powerful stuff. If you're gonna do that, you need to interact with your opponent a lot. Because if not, they're gonna go over the top of your synergies. Tough. 3/4/4. When it enters, you may discard a card. If you do, return target instant or sorcery card from your to your hand. Okay, so it's another like lessons kind of card. Whenever you cast a spell, Earthbend 1, if that spell is a lesson, put an initial counter on that land. I mean, how much of that top end lesson creatures do you need, really? It's fine. Non-artifacts you controls are non-token artifacts you controls are lands in addition to the other type. They don't gain the ability to tap for mana. The beginning of your end step, Earthbend 2. So you can make like your bubble a land, and then you make it Earthbend, and then you sack it, and it comes back into play. I mean, so slow, right? Alright, let's move on. Firebending 1 on Uncle Eero spell. Lesson spells you cast call 1 less. I mean, that card just too weak of stats to be good. Kind of gave up on limited at this point, but it seems like the limited's gonna be fun and gas, and a lot of these cards are just good and interesting. Alright, red black Zuko conflicted, red black for 2/3 human rogue legend, and then it's a bit like a demonic pact creature. It's like mini demonic pact. At the beginning of your first main phase, choose one that hasn't been chosen, and you lose 2 life. So you play it, and then next turn you either like pay 2 life, draw a card, or pay 2 life, put a counter on it, or pay 2 life, add a red, play a 4 mana spell on turn 3. And then eventually you have to exile it and give it to your opponent. Your opponent gets it. So with Steam Master, you can use the first 2 or 3 ones, as many as you want, and then you give it, and then they give it to you right back. But yeah, that card is really good in the Greed's Gambit deck with Eero. Just seems like solid standalone cards. I mean, I'm not sold it's good enough to play without combos, but can already see it that just good that Mardu, like that day one Mardu Zuko like decks is gonna be my Worlds deck somehow. Someone just broke it on pre-release day. Wouldn't be shocked. You can fling it, you can flicker it, yeah. Sack it with Sephiroth, yeah. Barrels of Blasting Jelly. Filters mana and then removal. This untaps on their turn? Huh. Untap this artifact during each other player's untap step. Ooh, commander cards. Rare 6 mana legendary artifact, Planetarium of Wan Shi Tong. 1 taps scry 2. Okay, I've seen better. Whenever you scry or surveil, look at the top card of your library. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Do this only once each turn. Pretty nice. Feels like pretty old school cards. Obviously nice if you can trigger it without having to spend the 1 mana somehow. New Shimil, yeah. It is your turn and their turn. So you can do it twice a turn, like twice a cycle of turn, basically. The Walls of Ba Sing Se. 8 mana defender, other permanents you control have indestructible. Not even flying was what's his face was Arcades. That is why the city is named Ba Sing Se. It's the impenetrable city. General song. Biggest button magic. 4 mana, White Lotus style. Artifact. This artifact enters tap. Tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. Okay, any good artifacts? Not really. The temples, or they're not all temples, I guess. I mean, they're all pretty good if you're playing monocolored, basically. And probably fine in some of the two-color decks. Air Temple seems like I would play that in a mono-white creature deck or mid-range deck. Same for the blue one if you're playing mono blue with the like creatures that have cost reduction. The green one, I mean, green one's also solid. It's just 2/2 every turn. The red one, it's weird. The red one reads as like the most marginal one, but it could end up being the higher impact one just because like just a free 1 mana early in the game could be huge. Problem is how many hands are you gonna like have to mulligan, or how many games are you gonna lose because you're gonna keep like double Fire Nation, Soul Sanctuary land, you know, like it's like somewhat free because 16 Mountain is a lot and you should have one in your open hand most of the time, but wait, what did I do? Population size 60. 16, sample size 7, number of success. Okay, so you're 90% to have a mountain. Some of these is like just one landers that you're gonna have to mulligan as well. And you have 20 mountains. 95%. So you're like playing that card, you're twice as likely to have to mulligan some hand. I don't know. It's almost definitely worth it, but maybe not for, I don't know. Find the sweet spot. I have MTG bot, sorry. Deathman Dragon Tea Shop, obviously pretty decent in the ally deck. Ally spell or activate an ability of an ally source. And the black one. Makes token, it's kind of a worse fountain port, but there's also like a bunch of creatures in standard that are a lot of black mana, and you don't want to play fountain ports, or not too many. That I don't know, whatever these cards. No. I can't remember names of cards or abilities. Anyways. There's like the one that draws you free cards and loses free alive, that's triple black. I mean, I guess Besiege in some decks, but Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not a great effect, but if you're playing triple black cards or quadruple black cards, or there's the god that's like 5 black mana, and you don't, you know, having to play 25 swamps is super miserable, and at least you get something, you know. Secret Tunnel. This land can be blocked. It combos with Earthbend, I guess. Taps for colorless. 4 tap. 2 target creatures you control that share creature type can't be blocked this turn. Rumble Arena. Man enters cry 1. Has vigilance. That's funny. Yeah, taps a colorless. 1 taps. Okay, so that's a decent version of that deck, of that cards. I don't know. I forget if these cards are good in limited or not sometimes. White Lotus Hideout. Taps for colorless, taps for any color of Lesson or Shrine, and then filters mana. Alright. Should we try and do a top 10? We even have more than 10 cards. Land cycle. How do I... Damn, Moxfield is so dumb, can't even figure it out. Alright, there's Ally, Lessons as a package. What are the outer packages? The synergies, is that it? Cup's probably number 1, right? Is Cub like consensus number 1? People feel like Ally maybe or Lessons is busted. Talking standard. Moxfield Link, sure. Cub or Blue White Ang? I don't think Blue White Ang's like the MVP. One mode bouncing your land is too punishing. Doesn't sound like it's very punishing, but is Cub really that good? Probably. I mean, I'm open to discussion. Just feel like it's a deck that already does well in standard and just natural fits. Really strong cards. Not a legend. Should we have Aang at number 2? Feel like Zuko is up there. Tea Master maybe is up there. I'm gonna have Pursuit in my top 10 for now. The lessons, the allies. Aang. So how many is that? Zuko, Iroh Tea Master, Aang Swift Savior, Cub, Pursuit, Lessons, Allies. That's 7 cards. Maybe the Iceberg. Are we looking at the bonus treats for limited? No. Detonator, are you just like a giga troll? I feel like you're always trolling me. Wisdom, well, it's the lessons package, right? Lessons might be number 1. I mean, I don't mind putting lessons at number 2. They seem pretty strong, honestly. Allies, I'm assuming, I mean, all creature. Maybe the white-green version. Or less greedy version, white-green or banned is actually better, and you get to play the spells, and not just the creatures. Just an O-ring at the end of the day. I mean, there's no shame in putting a really good removal spell in your top 10, right? I mean, Fatal Push was probably top 10 card and it said it was printed or whatever, maybe one of the best. I mean, 1 mana removal spells versus 3 is a little different, but the land cycle. Yeah, the land cycle could be top 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe one of the red cards. Maybe the Bounty Hunter. I mean, if that deck is legit tier 1, then the Bounty Hunter deserves a spot. Because it's pretty unique and it's what makes the deck tick. The red cards all look like they have potential. Yeah, I don't know. They're all not good enough in controls for standard. I don't think so. Nothing triggers it. Hey Goat, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Have we figured out what the arrow is pointing at yet? What? All right, well, we got this set review done in 1 day. I think we're gonna record podcasts tomorrow night or tonight with Edgar. I need to message him. Do that now. Oh, we're probably going to talk decent bit about Modern too, because I'm assuming Edgar has a good idea of what he's going to play for his RC. Am I playing any standard turns before the World Championship? Nah, online. My plan is to, I don't know, play mostly draft online, practice draft on my stream, and then maybe play viewers' deck lists for a bit, and then stop playing standard at some point. Also, try stuff in modern, try some of the new cards in modern. So let's see it in chat. What's your pick for best card in standard from that set? As in, highest impact, like one that provides the most value over replacement in a given deck, or Angswift Savior, Cub. Seems like it's mostly these two. Cub for sure. Mole, the Cub easy. Ang or Cub. Oh, I don't think anyone has all in standard. Well, not anyone, but I don't think all is. Jose, you think if you build us our Worlds deck and we do well at Worlds, you think maybe next time they'll vote you in? Or you think they'll still vote no somehow? You probably got Matt's vote now, at least. Surely Matt will vote for you since you help him queue for the Arena Championship. I tried to get Jose on the team every time. And they always vote no. One day Jose is gonna find out that I'm actually voting no. One day Jose is gonna find out I don't even bring up his name. I just make up. I just pretend, and they vote no. But really, I'm just like, don't want Jose on the team. I'm like, sorry, buddy. They voted no again. Those jerks. I tried to talk them into it, but yeah. Someone's gonna see you at the PT and is like, "Oh, you're qualified. Why didn't Gap try to get you on the team?" All right. I don't know what's the plan for tomorrow. I thought that might go like. There's that noon modern prelim I play sometimes. Might play that if there's something that sounds good to me. Jose, if you have your deck for the RC and you don't mind me playing on stream, maybe I'll play whatever you send me in that prelim if I'm in the mood. GeoGuessr all day. Yeah, I might just do Powered Cube, Arena Powered Cube. That's always fun. Um, we'll see. Yeah. Even when the Raigu's really bad and there's zero chance people copy the list anyways, even if I do well. Maybe I'll give Blue Red one last chance, even though I went 1-2 the other day in the challenge. We'll see. All right, chat. Let's do. Still a little late, but let's still do Geo. I see the regs are still here. I know the regs like the Geo. We're kind of on a roll here. Let's keep doing daily challenge. So people actually help me. All right, 21.5 for the over/under. Doing classic GeoGuessr daily challenge. Oh, let me check on YouTube 6 hours later. Where are you at, my YouTube people? Where's the YouTube? James Alfano. Does accumulate knowledge become a 4-up in blue-based control decks, or is star charts enough? I mean, if you're not playing other lessons, the knowledge is pretty bad, I think. You need some amount of the lessons. Not sure how many. I would guess at least 12, 12-ish to get to cast Ancestral Recall a decent bit of the time. There's no chance he's still here, but never know. Oh yeah, I forgot to open guess. Actually, I kept that Moxfield Links. I guess I still have it. Hmm. All right, what would the people? Goat's still a believer, despite the line going up. Dave's doubting. Pretty even. Fair. It was pretty easy yesterday. It was mostly freebies. Let's see. Let's see if it's the same today. Looks like a freebie. So Taiwan? Or am I dumb and it's just Japan? It's Chinese, right? Yeah. I think it's got to be Taiwan still, given the coverage. Chunghwa Telecom Galaxy. The checkout was a road system, the 180. Let's see if we can find the 180. That one. $180 to $20. Is it not the main city, maybe? How far does the one go? Oh yeah, maybe we're here. There's the 180. And the one. What road are we on? There's the road going southeast. Donghae Road. Dongfeng. Do you see it? Damn it. Tainan is known as Taiwan's oldest city, and the historic center of Tainan shows old temples, narrow lanes, and lively food stalls that reflect more than 300 years of cultural development. I was Dongin was the name. Maybe I should have just clicked that then. Not a great start for the doubters. Motoros. Motorcycle service repair 99. Is that Brazil? The 99. Garage Astrapi, Chris Constantinou, and oh, is that Greek? Sounds Greek. Looks Greek. Greece, beware. Yeah, it is a lot of English for Greece. Limassol. Limassol doesn't sound very Greek. Cyprus? Limassol is Cyprus capital? I did not know that. Alright, nice. Where did we start? Mordor Andros Progress Gym. It'd be useful if we can find where the sea was. Or like close to the sea. Nicosia is the capital. That'll make sense. That name I recognize. Alright, should I try and find a random gym and random motorbike shop? Seems like almost impossible. Okay, there's a street name at least. Mitzi. Let's see if I can get lucky. Limassol stretches along a sunny Mediterranean shoreline, and the long seaside path in Limassol offers palm trees, bike lanes, and open water views that make the coastal walk a favorite for locals and visitors. Crisologo Oliva. Could be Argentina, Uruguay. It could also be other South American countries, though. I think Mr. Poppy was in chat earlier. Let's go around the stadium, maybe see if there's some kind of sign. Club or city. You were, but you voted lower. Oh, cold. Why would you ever do that? Dr. Luis Agote. Oh, there's the cabs. The yellow cabs are... Aren't yellow cabs Ecuador? I think the yellow cabs are Ecuador a lot of the time. It's Argentina, probably Cordova. Cordoba? Ingenierio Lopez Hector Panissa. You hope you're not wrong. Can you imagine if it's Ecuador? It would be the Mr. Poppy Gates. Just using his influence, abuse of power. Are cabs yellow in Argentina? Bogar something. 351.net. Anyone knows Argentinian? Oh, 351. I should check my phone. My friend Jose. I think he has a US phone number. Is that cheating? Oh, the bus literally had an Argentinian flag. Wow. Goated Mr. Poppy. What are these houses with grass on top? Never really seen that before. Looks like Norwegian. Yeah. Gab, why don't you call that phone number? XDD. You saw a Danish flag. That'd be nice. Denmark a little slower. Isn't Danish specifically not Vikings, though? Too many hills for Denmark? Okay. In the fjords and stuff. Faroe Islands? Do we ever get that on coverage on Daily Challenge? I mean, please don't throw out like random guess because I'm very easy to influence. Don't just throw out random stuff just based on nothing. Yeah, we might have a dagger. Not looking super great so far. Parkering verboden, blah blah blah. So why would it be Faroe Island? Also, where are the Faroe Islands? I don't even know exactly. Here, I guess. Why would it be specifically? It's gonna be Faroe Islands 100% now. Alright, I'm just gonna guess like mid-Norway, I guess. Folk traditions around Rowland remain strong, and visitors exploring Rowland often find craft workshops that show telemark wood carving, bright rose mauling, and music that echoes through valley. All right, one more. One more time, no dagger. Are they like done with the daggers now on the daily challenge? Or did I just jinx it? Looks like Southeast Asia. Maybe Thailand. Nisavu Lane. RDS. Thailand doesn't have a lot of English usually, but sometimes. Maybe we can find a flag. Be on the lookout for a flag. Kutikarachi Junction, Kinea 05. So maybe Kinea is the name of the city. Yeah. Kutikarachi, Kinea. Could be Sri Lanka too. Yeah, Sri Lanka maybe. Kinea. Got him. Unless I got insanely baited. Atil Night Hotel. All right, there's a river. The river is going south-north. So the bridge going... It could be that bridge. Maybe that's where we started. Oh, there's nothing here. Lady Textile Tailoring. Right, -3. Hot springs near Kinea feature 7 wells of clear, geothermally heated water. Visitors are drawn to the site's tranquil atmosphere and the unique experience of bathing in waters of Erin. I mean, to be fair, without Mr. Poppy, we probably get daggered, right? I think I was just gonna guess Ecuador because of this, the cabs. So it was closer than it looked for the believers and the doubters. Go just free money these days. Believing in his streamer. New standards. Mystican. Modern challenge testing for Antwerp. All right, maybe I'll read Mattia. Haven't rated Mattia in a little while. And he's 2-1 up a game. Looks like he's either doing well or about to die. Could be anything. Anyways, as always, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll I'll be back tomorrow. And probably play some cube or modern or both tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. Scatter. You have the worst timing. I like stop streaming right when the set release, and then I take Wednesday offs usually. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's okay. I don't like being a slave to the schedule either. No rush. All right, take care. Later, everyone.